There we go. Don't understand. Every time I start up my stream right now, it moves my chat to the middle of the screen. And I'm having to fix it every time, and I don't know why. This didn't used to be a problem. Oh well. I'm gonna give everybody a moment to kind of get in here while I put on the background music. 2 minutes till the start of the stream time. Okay. Oh, hello, Nick. You were quick to arrive today. How you doing? Oh, the stream bot actually announced it pretty early this time. Lovely. How you doing, how you doing, Nick? How did you enjoy our Halloween event? Nothing? We're back in Girabania after Mr. Crazy Person actually, blew up everything. Oh, you were doing nothing. Ah, that makes sense. Well, when you're doing nothing, then it's the perfect time to join a Final Fantasy stream. Just so I know, you've played through the entire story, haven't you? Like, all the way through Endwalker, I think? Or was that a misunderstanding? Now I need to put this like this. Sorry, I'm doing, almost done. Okay, so I'm still way ahead of you, so I'm not spoiling anything. This is good. I don't want to spoil the story for anybody. And now I'm gonna put this to live. There. Then we can get going. So last time we were playing, we attacked the other forest. Only for Senna's to just not give a shit about his own men and blow everybody up. Though that's not much of a surprise because based on what we've seen his behavior to be like, he is a bit of an ass. Let's check what everybody's saying. I want to see how everybody's doing. Hey Pippin, I read your backstory. It's so sweet. Perhaps you recall the night we first met outside of Silden Ruins under such unfortunate circumstances. I just returned from a meeting with Alamican agents. As I said before, we have been preparing for this day. That makes sense. Had Alfino not volunteered you, I would have asked if anyone can see this mission through, it's you. Well, of course. I've already done it for Doma, I'm gonna do it also for Kiribania. Otherwise, Lisa's never gonna let me live it down. I knew the Alliance had spies in Kiribania, but in Radiata? Impressive. Thanks for standing by me, Melicity. Together, we'll make Conrad proud. Yeah, please don't mess up everything. I suspect a handpicked contingent of Alamican Brigade finest would have been equally, if not more, qualified. But what do I know? I don't know. Oh, we're gonna, immediately get some good-looking things. What do you say, Alfie? Oh. This reminds me, I am going to want to grab myself a glass of water. Because otherwise, this is gonna be mighty hard to read all of this stuff today. So, get myself some, a nice big cold glass of water, and we are ready. So, to review, we are To travel to Radiata, where we will meet with a contact recruited by Martial Tarpin agents. I took the liberty of reviewing intelligence report while Melicity and Lise were away, so the settlement is not wholly unfamiliar to me. As the Vice Marshal indicates, the vast majority of the population is employed as menial labor in either Speculia Imperiatoris or Castrum Urbania. Perhaps as a result of this, the resistance has long struggled to make inroads there. How am I doing? Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better. Aye, you have the right of it. They got a better deal than most Alamegans, feeding off what scraps the Imperial gave them. Damned if I know how Marshal Tarapin agent got one of them to turn his coat. I understand your disdain, I do, but I also understand the desire to look after the families by any means necessary. Exactly. Lise, you have to look at it from like their perspective. Their country has been taken over either way. There's nothing they can do to get out of that situation. All they can do is try to survive and keep their people safe. So it makes sense that they wouldn't, that they would take up such an offer, even if it might feel like it go against their nation. They also have to think about the family. Our contact is a Rogian woman. She will ask us a question. After we answer with courage, she will know us as a friend. Yeah, the G-posing event can be challenging, especially when you go up against somebody like Amy, who is just a G-pose master. You should definitely join us for the next one, and you're gonna get better at G-posing over time. It will be fun. Chorus, right. Put together a squadron. Nago, we'll need them soon. With me, friends, and be ready for anything. Yeah. Where are we going? Oh, that's my map right now. I was harvesting ore earlier. Well, last night. Oh, your picture wasn't that terrible. My first pictures weren't that good either. But yours was like far from bad. It just takes a while to get used to and to practice. I think everybody's just goofing around in G-pose. And then over time, you look at other people's pictures and you go like, oh, I should maybe try tilting the camera or try doing these kind of poses and such, and then you get better. Ooh, that's a big one. Very big. I do really like the big things. No, 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 no. We're not doing this. Go away. So aggressive. Always so aggressive. Oh, we have like bug things. Yeah, we don't talk about it, but yeah, there is some such thing happening with some hairs and scales. If you want to find them, you can find them on the Discord. There's like a special area if you want to download them. I prefer not to use them because I like to see what my character looks like, and I like my character to look the same to me as they do to others. I know you're out there. Keep an eye out, would you? Something doesn't feel right. Oh, does it ever? If there were a magic armor nearby, surely we would have heard them by now. I would hope so. They are very big and loud. Maggie wasn't exactly the quietest thing ever. See, what did I tell you? Let us continue to specula Imperiatoris. These names... Oh, these names make my head hurt at times. Oh, I didn't mount up? So this is the reward I got for winning along with Amy. It was quite nice. Please let me in. Yes, I would like to go in. It's gonna be very handy. Alright, so we're looking for a Rogadin and we have to answer with courage. We better not mess that up. That would be really... Oh! Hello! Well, I think it's time to call Katla in. Katla, come join me. Oh, I should pizza 2 times so I don't have to refresh her for a while. Thankfully, I'm massively over-leveled. Not over-geared, but over-leveled. Well, that is though concerning. That's very concerning. I was hoping this would go very smoothly and we wouldn't be discovered at all. Because I think that's what's going to be best both for us and everybody else. I think the less we fight, the better it's going to be for the people. Hi, I see you also were punching people. Heh, nothing to it. Phew, that would have been an unceremonious ending to our tale. Yeah, it would have been awkward to be taken down like that. Of course, there were still soldiers lurking about. Fortunately, there were no match police. Come, Ratiata is not much further. Of course, in light of our recent encounter, it would be prudent to proceed with caution and remain vigilant for Imperial forces. I think that's a good idea. It is definitely concerning. Very concerning, but hopefully it's gonna go well. Ah. Yes. That's the definition of going well. Hello. Oh, please don't hurt me like that. Imperial Hexadrone. Oh. Okay, that's a cool move. How did that thing though sneak up on me? Like, how unaware of my surroundings am I? It's just standing there and suddenly that thing shows up. It's huge. And I mean, everything is huge compared to me, but that is, like, exceptionally huge. Oh. Oh, thank you. Yes, we can definitely be friends, Nick. Oh, no, leave me alone. You're very pretty, but... Oh, 2 of you. Oh, there's nothing but hostile things everywhere. That is a weird-looking creature. Any luck? Neria's holder inside. Mayhap they were recalled to Castor Mabania? Or they were all blown up by the cannon? I thought they said this was a village. It looks more like a work camp. Yeah. That's kind of though like what's happening. They are getting probably more food and everything, but they seem to be just slaves. Looks like it's safe to enter. I don't see any Imperials. I don't see smoke above Castor Mabania anymore. Do you think they fixed the cannon already? Let's hope not. Can we get... Please wear clothes. That's kinda cute. I usually like the books the best. Though this one is nothing majorly special. What are you? Oh, that does look nice. Kind of dark, but nice. Yeah, we're going with the Astrologian. Hey Yoshi, welcome. I hope you like the stream. The Rogadin woman you seek is somewhere in Ratiata, and Lise is eager to find her. Lise is always eager to find everybody. Alphino said we were looking for a Rogadin woman, right? And that we should answer her question with courage. I suppose we'll just have to strike up a conversation with every one of them until we find our contact. Let me know if you find her, and I'll do the same. That sounds like a really bad plan, Lise. There's nothing gonna tell them more clearly that there's a spy, somewhere here. Like, just 3 people showing up and starting to answer everybody using the code word courage. Also, yeah, that seems just like a mistake of evolution. That's... Leaping doe? Oh, that's definitely... That's a Rogadin. I still got to reach Stormblood, but this chocobo is well versed in fashion, I would say, says Yoshi. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like to have Melicity be as cute as I am. Sorry, Katla. She's named after my cat, who is the co-host. I don't know you. Why have you come to Radiatat? Tell me about yourself. Tell you about myself. You really are a stranger here, aren't you? Too much talk can get a person killed. My father talked to us once, complained about his job. A friend reported him to the authorities, and then the soldiers came to take him away as a suspected insurgent. I never saw him again. Oh. And then there was my little brother. When a group of patriots heard he was laborer for the Empire, they strung him up from a tree. So no, we don't talk about yourself around here. What kind of a place is this? Aratiata? Well, this village is home to those who labor at Castrum Abania, or Speculus Imperiatoris. Think of it as an imperial slave pen. It certainly wasn't called Ratiata by the folk who lived here. It had a different name once, but you'll not hear anyone say it out loud. That earns you a visit from the correction officers. Oh, God. You tell other villagers you're from Ratiata, though, and it will get you spit on. To everyone else, we're the Emperor's whipped curs. We lose either way. If we were to be treated like dogs for where we were born, then we've no choice but to live like one. Oh, they got a really rotten deal. They can't really not live there, because they're going to be killed if they try to leave. But everybody in Girvani also hates them for living there. That sucks. So, as I was saying about this woman, yeah, we are not suspicious at all. Nope, 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 nope. Any luck? No, me neither. You are a Rogadin, but you are a... Oh, well, no, you're not a Rogadin. You're a Highlander. Highlander. Mender. Young Hellscard, hello. Ain't seen you around here before. Take a certain kind of woman to walk into a place like this uninvited. One with courage, I suppose? Courage, you say? Well, that's in short supply these days. Better to keep your head down and go along to survive. Call me a coward too if you like, 'cause I'll not speak on it more, at least not here. Outside Ratiata, behind those barricades over yonder, on the other hand. Alright, so we found our woman. Hey, was that who I think it was? Well, of course. Well, that's a relief, or a trap. Either way, I'll find Alphino and Alizé. We'll meet you there. Perfect. As can be fine. Alright, Miss Hellscard. Greetings. Do you have anything, like, good to tell me? Or perhaps voice acting? No voice acting, okay. Not followed, were you? Good. Wait. I'm gonna have, like, all 3 of them gonna show up. That's all of you, is it? Let's get to it then. Name yourselves. We are the Scions of the Seven Dawn, friends of Marshal Terrapin. Name's Stark Woad. The rest you know, or we wouldn't be here. This is about Speculus Imperator's and the cannon, isn't it? Just so. Can you tell us what happened? I overheard Solty talking while working in the mess. The cerulean pipeline fueling the cannon was destroyed by an unidentified male insurgent, they said. One man single-handedly disabled the cannon? That beggars belief. Nevertheless, that's what they said. It took a while, but they finally put the fire out and the engineers have been working day and night to repair it. Wish I could tell you more, but the incident has everyone jumping at shadows and afraid to say much more. To make matters worse, the Alamican help have been sent home indefinitely. So, the cannon could already be fully operational? Oh, that's bad. We need to sneak inside Castroma Bania to ensure the cannon is no longer a threat to our troops. Can you help us? Aye, that much I can do. I've pieced together a map of the interior over the years, and I know for a fact that there are multiple points of entry. Impressive. If we split into several groups, that may improve our odds of reaching the fire control center. We may be few in numbers, but I have faith that we can see this through. Dungeon? Another castrum, you see? Yeah, there's a lot of castrums. The Imperials have a hobby, and that is building castrums everywhere. And they're all hideous. Ooh, that looks nice. That looks kind of boring. Good knives? No, kind of boring too. Shield? Oh! The shield is definitely nice. That could sell for a good coin. As usual, Alphino has a brilliant plan. When does Alphino not have a brilliant plan? We have that for which we came. All that remains is to make our preparation. Melicity, you and your ever-dependable allies will enter the castrum with my sister and I by way of ventilation ducts leading to the hangar. From there you will proceed into weapons research and unleash bloody mayhem. At the same time, Elsa and I will create a diversion elsewhere, and in the ensuing confusion, Lise and her unit will attempt to reach the fire control center undetected. If all goes to plan, our three parties will subsequently converge on this location, and together we will secure the cannon before finally notifying the Alliance that they are clear to attack. Sounds simple enough. I'll go and brief Nago on the details. The rest of you come with me. We'll need to deal with the Magic patrol before you can infiltrate the castrum. Sure. Or we could just, infiltrate the castrum. I'm small. I can probably just walk in there. I'll just dress in like dark colors and blend in with the walls. Nobody will notice me. Yes. They're so mean. Every time they go like, kill the savages. It's like, you meanies. This is good music in this expansion pack. So dungeon it is. At least I think so. I am concerned about this thing. It's going to attack me, isn't it? Oh, they have like a horrific looking puppy. That is a choice. you to die. Thank you. And now, onwards we go. You wish I could fly to the west. Oh, it's actually kind of close by. We're gonna take a really quick detour and see if we can't. Southwest. Or is it gonna be up on the ship? I hope not. I just want to get the ether thing. To the west. Oh no, it's actually not on the ship. It's just here. Lovely. I do really like these ether currents, even though they're a bit out of the way and can be a bit of a pain to find. It's nice that I know I can control how quickly or slowly I get my flying. Yeah, that's the compass. For flying in the expansion packs, basically you have to find these ether currents and finish some quests. And then it unlocks region by region. So I've unlocked flying in some regions in Stormblood, but not all of them. But it means, like, if you're in the mood, you can always just pick a region and then just run around and find everything, if you like. There is also, under the travel, you can find these ether current information, which tells you, like, how many you need. So the compass ones is the green ones. So you can see in the peaks where we are now, I'm missing 2. And then these yellow ones are quests. So I'm missing 4 of those. And the positive thing is, when you do it, sorry, my brain died. The positive thing is, I think every quest that's required for it either has a blue check mark or is one of those or is part of the main story. Thank you for the follow, Yoshi. You want to find them on your own? Yes, I do quite like finding them on my own. It's quite chill. Almost there, friends. Your point of entry is just around the bend, up ahead. The last patrol should be here any moment. Once you've dealt with them, we'll be clear to advance, assuming they keep to their usual schedule. Might be prudent to stand watch for a moment after, just in case. I quite enjoy the little jumping puzzles and such they have. Oh, didn't mean to buff myself up, but okay. It's a nice form of exploration, and it gives like a really pleasant reward, so I find it really rewarding to do it. Yeah, woo! They're gonna notice that patrols are vanishing, aren't they? It feels like they would notice, you know. It's like, hey, our patrols have kind of vanished leading up towards us. Maybe we might be about to be attacked. Or maybe not. Boy, Ralk, I knew you lot were good, but I never expected you to defeat them so swiftly. Malicity is the finest warrior I know, and I should like to think we've learned something from our time in her company. Now, where's the entrance to the duct? Right behind you. I've mapped the branches, so you should have no trouble reaching the hangar, or any number of other places. Right. Understood. Thank you again for your invaluable assistance. She's gonna be murdered, isn't she? As discussed, Malicity, we shall divide into 2 groups and proceed via separate routes into the castrum. Remember that our objective is to cause as much chaos as possible to draw the Imperial away from Lise and her men. If there's nothing else, I'll return to the resistant forces and show them to their entrance. May Ralgur guide your victory. Thank you. This is your last chance to make your preparation. When you and yours are ready, we shall begin. Of course. Castramabania is now accessible. Lovely. I forget the name of my god. Let me see. Profile. It was Thalia gear. Ooh. Funky music, but nice. So, who wants to join me for dungeon? If anybody, otherwise I'll just like jump in myself. If I want to pass Q, I can always go as a healer. But I wouldn't mind going in as a DPS either. Okay, I'll invite you, Nick. It won't be long before someone realizes their armor is missing. We have to hurry. Yeah, we do. Let me see. Let me find my friend list. And invite. There you go. The Alliance is counting on us to deal with the cannon. Failure is not an option. Nick, what do you want to go as? Yeah. Are you sure you want to be watching this, Yoshi? It's probably gonna spoil quite a bit of the story. Like, if you don't mind, then of course do. But if you want to stay spoiler-free, then I do upload all my replays on my channel. If you want to watch it in the future, or see me go through A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. See. You want to be a tank with DPS? Can you go in as a tank? Then I'm gonna get a quick Q and I can go in as dancer. That way I can focus more on just exploring the lore and the dungeon rather than focus on healing. Let's see. Mabania. Thank you. Right. Quick Qs are the best. Let's do this. Oh. It vanished because video. Ooh. The Empire always gives me such a Star Wars feel. Like, it looks so cool. Right. Oh! We have Dancer and Dancer. Lovely. We can buff one another. That's what... Which will lead us to being, I think, semi-competent DPSs on our own. Oh. It's nice music. Oh, let's not stand in all the bad. Just wait, I'm gonna stand in all the bad. That's usually what I end up doing. You know, that outfit actually looks really good on your character, Nick. Oh, I like the staff. I think it's like the main perks of this game is everyone generally looks so cool. It's quite rare to see somebody show up in mismatching armor. It makes everything feel a little bit more epic, especially when we walk into dungeons and raids and such, and you see your character and everybody else walking in just looking badass as hell. It's so nice. I should definitely buff this up. I didn't pay attention to which legion was actually in Doma. But it seems we have the 12th legion here in Kiribania. The 14th legion was the one trying to take over Eorzea. It's kind of nice that they distinguish it. Ooh, Nick. You look badass. And better sword. Nice. So we have a pretty nice looking healer, pretty nice looking tank, and then what does the other dancer look like? She's wearing, I think, what is the most common dancer outfit, but in a nice colorway. I like that. And it really does suit her appearance and the horns and the extra horns she has on. Nice. I know, I come in and I just judge everybody's glamour. Stop shooting at me. I am tiny and I don't deserve it. Shoot at the other dancer or the healer or something. Ow. Why me? Alright, we got a cannon? Why do we have a cannon? What do we do with the cannon? Can I control the cannon? I can. Ow. That sounded unpleasant. What is this thing though? It looks half... I'm pretty sure that's at least half like biological. Basically half like living thing, like not the machine. There seem to be more in this expansion pack, taking things and like twisting them, adding things onto them and changing them. It's really disturbing. Injecting cerulean fuel additives. Oh, stop trying to attack me. Oh, hey co-host. Time for a hug right now? Or are we just gonna steal my water? Steal my water, okay. Anything good? Oh, wow. That's an upgrade. I need it. I don't need this. But I'll take it. Magitech pods. What is inside of them? Is this just energy thing, or is this like... It feels like there's a creature inside of those because how they open on the front sea. So we have some hype-tuned... I think these are Highlanders rather than Rogadin. I think so. And disgusting. So this seems to be some sort of like an experimental facility. I have a really bad feeling a lot of these test subjects are actually people of Yerbania that didn't exactly volunteer. Because we saw in Doma when they just went to the villages and said like, you are coming to work for us. And people didn't really have an option. I don't think they had much of an option here either. Oh, we have 2 of these now. What do you say? Anything new? Oh, this is Conjure the White Maze. So, great. Ooh, we need this. Yep. I would not complain getting an upgrade. Because while my dancer is definitely... Thank you. While my dancer is level 72, their gear is actually really low. Okay, more of these guys. So I guess we got a timer. Yeah, deployment. Okay, so we have a timer on how... When it spits out the guys. So if we're quick and manage to take them down quickly, we have to deal with fewer guys eventually. Oh, shoot. These 2 too, alright. Well, at least we can AoE. That is always fun. And flashy. The dancer is so pretty. By the way, if you're actually new in the stream, I would love it if you would give me a follow. Then the stream is gonna do a little ding, you'll get a cute little animation, and I will be very happy. Number 24. What did he used to be? Why? Stand in this? Alright, so we have fire. My cup runneth over with ice and fire. So we wanna stand in lightning. Thank you. Kilkiss 707? I probably butchered that name, but we'll just have to live with it. Alright, so if I just watch what they say, then just take the 3rd element. We should be fine. My cup runneth over with fire and lightning, so we were gonna stand in ice. I guess that's done now. Okay, what are you? What are you? You definitely were a person once. You looked... Oh! That. Alright. Oh, and actually choker too. You can get a lot of things. But I'm guessing we're fighting loot with the other dancer. I think our goal of causing chaos at least is working, because This has to count as a lot of chaos. We've just gone and messed up like a lot of their kind of bad guy, horrible experimenting situation. Treasure, 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 treasure. Perfect time for AoE. Oh, there's so much stuff for me in this dungeon. I love it. Now let's just hope I get some of it. It's quite typical, like the dungeon where everything is dropping for my class. We have somebody to actually fight for gear. That is a pain. Okay, buff up. Buff has been like off for a while now. I'm so glad I minimized spell effects for other classes, because otherwise we would be getting flashbanged constantly by the white mage. Oh. Just dance over here. Thank you. Oh. Oh. Oh, I need this. Oh, but I can only read it. But I want it so bad. Please give me the pretty book. That book is amazing. I don't even have a scholar yet, but like I want that book. What did I roll in the book? 8. Damn. I'm not getting the book. Not except they managed to be, like, stupidly bad at rolling. What is this? Yeah, I understand that one being angry. Also, epic music. Oh, somebody's not rolling. Come on, roll on the book. I need to know. I know at least one other person has rolled for the book. And that is the other dancer. Stop stealing my loot. Oh, I love this music. I'm gonna be so sad when I finish Stormblood and get a new battle music, just because I love this one so much. But of course, I might end up with something even better, though that is really hard to imagine. Can I get the reroll? No, no rerolls. Oh, look, it's like pulsating. Oh, that looks painful. I am so sorry for your existence, you poor thing. Wait, no, there's something over there. Oh. Oh. There, I can stand there. Oh, welcome back, Yoshi. Yeah, the dancer is so nice. It's my DPS class of choice. As a healer right now, I've mostly preferred the White Mage. So those two have been my two mains. But I haven't really tried out the two other healers. Probably want to do something about you. Thank you. I don't know what you are, but I think you should die. But yeah, Dancer, like, Dancer both looks cool, but it's also extremely pleasant to play. It's actually not a very difficult class, which is quite nice. So if you need, like, if you want a class just for kind of chilling, then the Dancer is excellent. It also brings some utility to other groups. Like, you pick somebody to become your dance partner, and then you buff them up. And I believe later on, I will get a new ability which allows me to buff up everybody. So that's kind of nice. I do like bringing more than just DPS to a dungeon. So I do like healing or like being a DPS with buffs. Yay! Oh yeah, the mobility is everything. It's so nice. Oh, is this another version of the book? Oh, I want this one too. And I want this one. I did get the book. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, have I given... Oh, I can't give you the commendation. Thank you. Yeah. When you change the key bindings, it can be distressing. When you forget to change them.
Are you all right?
Yes. Voice acting. I'm good. He's not.
Ah, I think that answers my question. We've accomplished our objectives as well.
That's good. I feel like my sound is weird. There we go.
Lisa's unit should be advancing upon the fire control center in the command tower. Let us join them.
I accidentally turned off my surround sound in the headphones. Is it dead?
Lise! Thank the 12 you're all right.
And you. There's the control center. Let's hit them hard and fast. Ready?
Let's do this. Oh, she's in there. Hi.
They're here!
It was you, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Oh, Lise. Why must you start getting like that?
It was over. The skulls had surrendered. No one else had to die. And you killed them. Your own people. Your own comrades.
You're right. I killed them. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn, all the rest. Trained and fought with every last one of them. Good soldiers to a man. I gave the order that led to their deaths. And I knew exactly what I was doing.
But why? Why would you do that?
They died so that all Alamegans could live free. That was all we ever wanted. We made a promise that we would do whatever it took, so that one day the Imperials would learn to accept us.
Oh, that's a
But
terrible
it
idea.
comes at a price. And if you haven't got the means to pay, then you pay with blood. Service guarantees citizenship, but citizenship guarantees naught. It's not enough to do your part, oh no. You have to run faster, fight harder, kill more and more and more, and only then will you be equal. That's just how it is out here in the provinces. You buy your freedom with blood. There is no other way.
Shut up! Shut your mouth! You don't get to talk about freedom. You killed your own. They trusted you, and you killed them. Murderer! Butcher! Traitor!
What was that? That was something new. I've never seen that before.
Lise!
Gotcha!
How? Oh shit, shit.
I know what you can do. I've already seen it.
Alize!
Even so, the odds are against me.
Coward! Get back here!
But how does he have a sharing gun? That's... I didn't know that was a thing in this game.
Hero! Lord Xenos invites you to join him for the royal hunt, to be hosted at the palace. You may bring your horde, if you like. All are welcome.
Okay. Please, calm yourself. You okay, Alice?
She'll be all right, but we'll need to carry her. Will you help me?
Why me?
Thank
Why
you.
not Lise?
Lise, I leave matters here in your hands.
Right.
Like, I'm the worst person to help you carry anybody. Her ass is gonna be dragging on the ground. Well, we did it. Castro Mabania belongs to us now. Nago and her people took Alice to Radiata to receive treatment. Alfino tells me she'll make a full recovery. I know I should be happy. We won and with minimal casualties, but somehow it feels empty. We should report to General Alden. Kyle wasn't there, but who knows? Maybe one of our bandsmen found something which could lead us to her. Can't hurt to ask anyway. Like, I know I'm the protagonist, but it feels unfair that he asks me to carry people. I am tiny. I actually can't see these pants with my gear on. Now this... Well, the good news is you can color both of them, so I'll take this one. It's like, it feels like they're deliberately mocking me, going like, you helped me carry Alice. It's like, see, I'm half her size. What next? Do you want me to carry Rauban? Raubana wishes to thank you for your service. I mean, I could carry his left arm. I could do that. But I would need some help with the rest of him. Melicity, Commander Hext, fine work you did. After Speculia Imperatoris, we needed a resounding victory like this. Thanks to you, Ralga Star yet burns bright. I'm glad, I really am, but you should know that Alice was injured in the fight. She's gonna be fine, though. If Alfie says she's gonna be fine, then she's gonna be fine. Regrettable, but I am pleased to hear that she will make a full recovery. Fordola's parting word, on the other hand, ring less favorably in my ears. But if Xenos wishes to invite us to his so-called royal hunt, then this bull would feign a sect. What troubles you, Elise? Oh, it's nothing really, just that we're almost to the end, but we've still got to save Kyle and do so much more. We'll find her soon enough. Pippin is his best man scouring the Castrum archives as we speak. Listen, Lise, it will take time for us to fully occupy the Castrum and prepare to advance into the lock. While we wait, there is something I would like to show you, both of you. After all, this may be the last chance we have to catch our breath before the final push. Wait, I'm reaching the end of the, main storyline? Ooh, I don't see why not. Then come with me to Radiata. From there we'll need to follow another road south. Oh, that exists. It's exciting. That is very exciting. So we're soon gonna be entering the main story raid thing. Because those ones are always so cool. Very, a lot of spectacle. A lot of unskippable cutscenes. Not so bad when you go through it for the first time. But I have learned to, love and hate the Praetorium equally. Amazing story. Terrible in roulettes. Let me see. Where am I going? Also, do we have anything? Oh, way off to the west. We are not going there. So on we go. Oh, I'll let you know if I need more dungeon help. Thank you, Nick. If you want to disband the party, leave it, then that's okay. It's no biggie. Oh, I'm still trying to learn to read this. It's so hard. Even after all these years, it's still the same. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You deserve a proper welcome. Where are we? Oh, that's an upgrade. We're about to ruin my glamour, that's for sure. Raban would share with you a story. Okay, he's gonna tell me what stands there. Melicity, Lise, I brought you both here for a reason. Okay.
I wanted to show you this house. My house.
You mean this is where you grew up?
Aye. Not much to look at, is it?
It's huge.
Same could be said of the village. It was damn near impossible to live off the land, barren as it was, which is why so many of us traded our plowshares for swords. Swords and uniforms, mind. We became military men. Tensions were rising between Alamigo and the Empire, and there was always a need for more soldiers to watch the border. It was only a matter of time before the first skirmishes broke out. It's a frightening thing to face Magitech armor for the first time. But after a lot of trial and error, I found ways to bring them down. After a few victories, people even said I had a knack for it. And then one day they hit us. Hard. I was wounded and sent home to recover. Back here.
I wonder if we can go inside. Oh, no problem, Yoshi. Oh, look, young
Will you
Roban.
remain silent for fear of the Mad King's vengeance? Of his eyes and ears in the shadows and his knives in the dark? You, who call this living dishonor our nation. It is but a slow death. Liberty or death? Liberty or death? If this be your creed, then raise up your hands, raise up your voices! Together we will tear Theodoric from the throne! Together we will reclaim our freedom!
The sad thing is, this rebellion against the Mad King is what weakened Kiribati enough for the Empire to attack and win.
Send you home to mend, did they?
Aye, sir. Garlean's got the better of us. The chirurgeons say I'm healing well, so it won't be long now.
Liberty or death, is it? Tell me, soldier, what do you think those words mean?
We must needs be willing to die for liberty.
Spoken like a true patriot. But liberty should not be the end in of itself. Liberty is a chance to build something better. A stronger, more prosperous home for our people. It's not quick or easy work. And it is never truly finished. But if you neglect it, then sooner or later, you look up to find you've traded one tyrant for another.
And that's sadly what you ended up doing.
Well, sir, I've never asked for much. Never wanted to live like a king, just wish it were a little bit easier is all. For me and everyone else. And I'm willing to die for that, if that's what it takes.
Dying is easy, soldier. Living is harder. Rest, mend. Regain your strength. You'll need it in the days to come. And mayhap one day we will need it too.
Conrad chose you as his successor, Lise, and I will not gainsay his decision. I have but one question to ask. Liberty or death? Those were Curtis's words and his creed. Will you swear by your father's creed before your comrades and the gods?
Liberty or death. That's all you can hope for in war. Father understood that. And you want to know if I do too.
Thank you, Jack. Welcome.
I swear to you, here and now, I will fight until the end. Be it liberty or be it death. But the freedom we win must be for every Alamegan, even ones like Fordola, though they may hate us, and the Enanta, though they may fear us. We'll fight, and we'll talk, and we'll find a way to make it work for all of us. Compared to all that, retaking our home will seem like the easy part.
A good oath. And there is naught else to say. You are indeed your father's daughter.
Right. Oh, the house is locked, so I can't peek inside. I would have loved to see what his home was like. Liberty or death? Has it really been 20 years since he wrote those words? Oh, was that Lisa's dad? Yeah. Hey, can you fix my gear? Just make sure everything is up to snuff. Everything is, though, in like really good shape. Even a blind man could see that Lise wasn't herself. Not that I don't understand. To be thrust into a position of authority under such circumstances, to be made responsible for the lives of many, it isn't easy, and when you see your friend get cut down before your eyes, it only gets harder. I'll wager she thought Alice was dead for a moment back there. There's one thing to risk your life for a cause, but the risk that of another is a burden no soldier is ever truly ready to shoulder. The fear, the guilt, it weighs on her, and that's good. It will make her a better commander. But first she needs to learn to carry it. To not let it break her, to remember that some causes are worth fighting for. Liberty or death, her father's word gave me strength once. Mayhap they'll do the same for her now. Right then, I think I've said enough. The two of you can head back. I mean to stay a bit longer. So this is his old town. I'm going to have to come here on my own to do the side quests. I understand he's been away for a long time and he probably wants to be alone for a while. Let's head back to Ratyata. Sounds like a plan. Ratyata does not have any threat, so we'll be riding. The ship looks so cool. I still wish that Elise was not in the role of the commander, but Rauban. Not that Elise is like a terrible character or anything. She's a little bit naive, but it just have felt better. Or maybe Pippin. Being Rauban's adopted son, that could have been really interesting to see Pippin fight for his father's homeland. Wait, am I the only one who feels like I'm being watched? I don't know if it's the Imperials or bandits, but I know there's more than one of them. Let's split up. You head northwest and I'll head northeast. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Okay. So we're counting on them to attack us? I guess. Leave me alone. Shouldn't be a problem. There. Suspicious youth. Hello. You're all very shady looking. Seven hells! He's seen us! Sordid, dead, as good as alive to the Imperials. Yes. Oh. I'm sorry, you really didn't think this through, did you? Thank you, Lilith, who looks really cool. Is he wearing makeup? Yes. Oh. Oh, somebody else doing the same quest. She's wearing makeup and headgear, and it actually looks really nice. Oh. I'm on my mount. Let's... So I just stood there flashing feathers for a bit instead of helping them. Yeah. I wonder if Lisa's okay. Oh, it's so far to the west. Kinda annoying. All the way over there, so go back to the dungeon and Lisa should meet us there. Yep. See, also got some people. They attacked you too, didn't they? I had no choice. They're Alamika, not even conscripts. By the looks of them, barely adults. In fact, some of their faces look familiar. Wait, I remember. They're from Radiata. They must have seen us when we were looking for Stark. They probably thought the Imperials would reward them if they captured or killed us. Can I say hi in the most dramatic, theatrical way? I don't know how to do them. Hi? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I can also go, hi? I'm sorry. Oh god, Alisei and Alphino could be in danger too. We have to get back to Radiata and find Nago. Oh, stupid giraffe. Leave me alone. Knew it! What's this about? You two look ready to fight. We were ambushed by villagers outside of Radiata and thought they might try to attack you too. Are you alright? That mount? Oh, I didn't notice. Aye, we're fine. The twins are at Stark's. Alisei was asleep last I checked. I'm sorry, did you say you were ambushed by villagers? No soldiers? Did they not see what we just did to Castor Mabania? Goddamn fools. Lise, Malicity, we overheard you talking. The ones that attacked you, they were young, less than 20 summers. I thought so. It's always the young ones, the ones that have only ever known the occupation. They're the ones you got to look out for. See, the only decent work to be found in Ratiata is for the Imperials, and everyone knows it. Children grow up knowing it. They have it pounded into the skulls that the best they can hope for is to serve the Imperial officer. Bloody fools. After everything they've seen us accomplish, they ought to be begging to fight for the resistance, not against us. Living in the shadow of Castrum their whole life. A few victories won't change that. Aye, you get some who can wait for a spit in a soldier's eye, but they get beaten for the trouble or worse. Even so. And the ones that don't fight back, but refuse to beg, well, they just starve. Beat the dogs that bite his master hand and ignore the dog that refuses to do his bidding, see? In the end, the ones that learn to abide are the ones to survive. Now, you may say that's all about to change, and I believe you. Many who do. But a young man or woman who grew up only knowing what he knows has got every reason to doubt. Remember that. Do what you have to if it comes to it, but remember that. The sooner we liberate Alamico and bring an end to the occupation, the better. Only then can we show the youth that things do not have to be this way. Only then will they know what it means to live free. We're going to build a new home for ourselves, together, a better home than they ever known. That is not really a high goal when you think about what they've lived with so far. Is anything an upgrade? No. Kinda nice. Nah. Nah. I like these ones. Okay, Zay, Yoshi is asking what mount was that? I don't remember what mount I was on. Let me see. These are the mounts I have. I have a peacock. I have my bird. I have a dead bloated corpse of cat. I have a carbuncle. I have a broom. I have my Spriggan stone carrier, which is my favorite, and my griffin. I think, like, the bloated cat and the stone carrier. The stone carrier is the best. Oh! Yeah. This guy. It's so happy. I think this is a map that really only works for Lalafell. But it's adorable. And if he can fly, he will hold you over his head while some blue ore flies around. It looks amazing. I have it as a background picture on my screen. Lise has a proposal. I've been thinking, if Alice needs more time to heal, maybe we should move her to Ralph's Reach. She can receive much better care there after all. Our infirmary is probably the best place for her, short of sending her to Gridania. Indeed, and given what Mistress Wout has told us, I would rather she did not remain here. Then it's settled. Now go and see about getting us a carriage and an escort. Alphino, you should get your sister ready for the journey. Melicity, would you mind going on ahead and telling Orella that we're on our way? I want a bed waiting for Alice when she arrives. Thanks. Sure. If that's what you want. There we go. But yeah, being tiny makes some mounts really nice. And some of them just absolutely ridiculous when you have like a tiny Lalafell just hiding there. But did you know, actually according to the lore, there are different types of what's it called? The birds. Because if you go into the chocobo, we have yeah, destriers are the ones that you see Rogadin and the larger races write about, and Eladian Genets are the type of chocobo I have, because they are smaller. So they have a reason why some chocobo are tiny and some are really big. They are simply different variety of chocobo, split into different subspecies, which is a really nice detail. But let's go tell them that, hey, I can't. Oh, I can. Let's become cute again. Thank you. There you are. Hello, Orella. Do you require assistance? Yeah, my friend is coming. Very well, we will make her ready to receive the patient at once. Give me a hand, would you? Want me to do it? Ah. There, all crisp and freshly laundered. We're here. Is everything in order? Yeah. We apparently washed the sheets. Right, we're bringing her in. Oh. Honestly, Alvino, you needn't have gone to all this trouble. What can I say? It seems a good way to discourage you from limping off to Barrel when my back was turned. Listen to Orella, please. You need your rest. I know. Any news from Kyle? She'll be cross if you make her wait too long, as will I. A chilling prospect indeed. I'll find the sister, and I'll fight twice as hard for the both of us. They're good together, whether or not at each other's throats. I miss that feeling. No. Melicity, I have a favor to ask. Would you mind waiting outside for me? I won't be a moment. See Mrs. Papalimo. I miss Papalimo. He was such a fun character. I do love the color on these birds. Look quite nice. Now, where does he want to meet me? Here? Oh, the outfit from the trailer! Nice.
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Oh, it's all good. You look amazing. Keep this on. Can this be new permanent outfit?
Well, what do you think? I know it's a bit old-fashioned, but in a traditional sort of way, Ida wore it whenever she could. Not that I'm pretending to be her or anything. Not again. It's just, if this is the last battle we fight to free Alamigo, then she ought to be a part of it.
Oh. It suits you. Please keep it on. Never change it. Don't go back to the underwear situation you've been sporting for a long time now.
It's nice of you to say so. And a bit embarrassing, but mostly nice. Anyway, the real reason I asked you here was to sneak in a warm-up before the final battle. There's this place I know where monks used to spar as part of their training. Care to join me?
Please tell me it's on the hand. Please tell me it's on the hand. I want to get up there. Yes. Awesome. Oh, just like in the trailer. Ah, I am so excited. Let's do this. Do I get to do the fight, or it's just cinematic? But still, it's cool. Oh, that's cool. But I wanted to, like, I want to go up there and I want to try jumping down. Because I think that would be really fun. Oh, maybe we got a little carried away. But you have to admit that was fun. Thank you, Melicity. You're the best kind of friend. The kind that's not afraid to knock some sense into you. Yeah, never take this outfit off. I will be very miffed if you do. If you go back to the other one. Because this one is just so much better. Like, this really suits her. Lisa's feeling relaxed and refreshed. Now, that's Alice settled in, it's time we rejoin the fight. Though, actually, maybe you and Alphino should go on ahead without me. I need to talk strategy with the officers, and that might take a while. Sure. Alfie, we are being sent ahead. I believe we're probably closing in on the end of the Stormblood main story. Then, obviously, then we have the post-launch stuff left. I should have been there with you to the end, if only I hadn't been so reckless. I mean, how should we have known the lady has the Sharingan in the whole thing? Ah, there you are. What is that least wanted of you? To fight me on a giant head? Sparring match on the Destroyer's very palm. I would have liked to have seen that. But she's right. We have lingered here long enough. I'm ready to depart when you are. Take care of you two. Don't do anything I wouldn't. And you had much better not rise from that bed until you're given express permission to do so. Urian J will be paying you a visit soon, and he is already worried enough as it is. We have a long road ahead of us. Lead the way, Majesty. All right. So back to Castamabania to talk to Pippin. This is the closest one. I can't believe this is so exciting. This is so exciting, but also really stressful. Because it's usually late on in the story like this where they start offing people that I care about. Oh, wait. Oh, I can't go that way. What the hell? I'm gonna have to go around then. Okay. Around we go. It's moments of these when you want flying. Northwest. Well, maybe we can grab the thing on the way. Just ignore me. Pretend I'm not here. Northwest still. I love how the music switches between combat and not, just because I keep on aggroing things. So it's epic music calms down. Epic music calms down. Oh, goddamn you over there. Okay, how do I guess if I go around? So this way? Up here. Obviously I don't have the quests done, so I'm not gonna get flying right away, but it's gonna help. Ape actually has one of these as a mount, which is quite neat. Not going southwest. Boop. One thing I like about this one is, it looks so fierce. Oh. When it's running away with you. And then it looks so happy when it's holding you. The lore behind them is basically, there was one of these things, they eat ore. It ate too big of an ore, and I think they choked on it or something. Got saved by some miners, and decided as a repayment to carry their burdens, which apparently included the miners. So that's... and now we have it. Do you wish to enter Specula Imperator's? Yes, please. So we can now run all the way around. There needs to be an aetheryte on this half of the map. Oh, how do I... so I go down here. Fun stuff. Love that they have they have electricity and stuff. It feels so funny to be part of, because we're part of the Eorzean Alliance and we have so much magic focus. So it's this high fantasy kind of like appearance of everything. And then we have the Empire with just tech. All the tech. And we would be grossly outmatched if it wasn't for the fact that we have magic, which is stupidly powerful. Yeah, I think this area is gonna be so much better when I got flying. Alright, Lise. Are you just standing... Oh no, that's Pippin, yeah? Hey, Pippin. How you doing? You returned. How fares your sister, Alphino? Her rapier wit remains undulled, for better or for worse. Have there been any development in our absence? I'm proud to say that Castrum Abania is now wholly under our control. At present, we are taking stock of the enemy supplies and redistribution them among our men. Also, while shifting through the officer documents, we learned that a unit of skulls under Ferdola's command passed through the castrum en route to the capital, with a single prisoner in their custody. Kyle, it has to be. In all likelihood, yes. You will be glad to hear that the tunnel leading to the lock has been secured by a soldier and is now safe to travel. And one final piece of good news, reinforcements from all 4 Alliance nations have arrived and joined the main host, which has established a new base of operation within the lock. Commander Hax should be arriving soon, yes? Once he does, we will call a meeting to discuss the final stage of Aral's beacon. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. An Alamigan folk dress? How very fitting. And well-fitting, I might add. I wanted to do something for Ida and myself. Yeah, never change. I love it. Like, please keep this outfit. This is it, the last push. We're coming, Kyle. Like, I would really like that. Alright, we're ready to enter the final area of Stormblood. Ooh. I'm quite excited. So I'm getting this Alamico in the back.
I remember my father's words, how they rang in my ears as we left Castrum Abania behind and looked out over the locks before us. Comrades brave and true, they had come from all across Eorzea to stand with us, to stand against oppression and tyranny. 20 years the Empire had ruled us, but no longer. Liberty or death. Liberty or death.
Oh, I got goosebumps. Oh, Nick said so as far as he knows, he keeps on wearing it. That's perfect.
Ere we begin, I would say to you as a proud son of Alamigo that I am grateful to each and every one of you for your part in this endeavor.
Oh, Sir Emmeric's here.
Now, to the heart of the matter. The enemy appears content to remain within the city walls and await the inevitable siege. Open conflict has been sporadic thus far. Whether Xenos is biding his time until reinforcements arrive, or attempting to bait us into a trap, none can say. We know better than to trust his word.
Regardless, we can ill afford to present Garlemald with a chance to ready her legions. It would be in our best interest to press for a swift resolution.
A long siege wouldn't be good for the people in the city either. If food becomes scarce, you know who'll starve first.
That's true. siege is not
Just
really
so.
a good option.
Therefore, I propose we commit our forces to an all-out assault. What say you?
Sure.
Twould seem we are of one mind. Then let us proceed to the how of it.
Oh, we're going
The
to the
immortal
map.
flames will form the vanguard, supported by the archers and the conjurers of the Order of the Twin Adder, under the Elder Seedseer's command. Once the main host has cleared a path to the walls, we will bring forward the artillery of the Maelstrom and the Temple Knights. I would have your cannons pound the gates and punch a hole right through the middle of their defenses.
What about the resistance?
Your part will be to occupy the residential district and keep civilians out of harm's way. The people are more like to trust their own.
Of
That
course,
makes sense.
you can count on us.
We need to do everything we
Remember
can
that
to
there
keep
is
the
a second
civilians
entrance
safe.
to the city proper there. If all goes to plan, we will have secured 2 points of entry. Once both objectives are complete, we press on into the city, surround the palace, and hunt down Xenos. As for the Scions, you will be held in reserve as an irregular unit until we have more intelligence on your captured comrade. Kryle's rescue will be your primary concern, but I dare say we'll find a use for you once her freedom has been secured.
Thank you, General. I pray we find her quickly.
Ralga's beacon nears its end. Soon, my friends, Alamigo will be ours once more.
Oh, I really hope it does. I really hope it works. And I really hope none of them dies. I really want a happy ending for this. Right. Oh, this is so nice. The stage is set and the players are assembled. Eorzi has come to last to drive the invader from her land. What would grandfather say if he were here with us today? That is a good question. That is not no. I think this one is like probably the most interesting looking. Alfino remains concerned for his dear friend. For all of our other accomplishments, Kryle remains in the hand of the enemy, and I find myself wondering if I could have done more. Though we know now that she was taken to the city, we have found nothing which might tell us where she is. You know, you could just ask me. Hey, Thancred! Thancred, what have you learned? I shall spare you the particular of my infiltration and simply state that I have seen her with my own eyes. She has been held within the residential district, south of the city proper. I tracked her to the ruins of an old temple of the Fist of Ralg, within which the Imperial have constructed a research facility. A research facility? What manner of research? Why, methods to imbue Garleans with the power to manipulate ether. In pursuit of this goal, the scientists have, I'm sorry to report, performed many questionable experiments on living subjects. What? Calm down, Alfino. We've already been tasked with securing the Alamiga quarter. This just gives us a reason to do it faster. We entered and exited the facility by stowing aboard Imperial transport, but that method is not suitable for a large force. And it goes without saying that direct assault on the rather substantial main gate would be ill-advised. I think I might know someone who can help. Oh? One of my men. He had an idea about how to get into the city. Actually, it might be best if I let him explain it himself. It's been a while. I'll not take offense if you don't remember. Might even be glad of it. Avalagana, am I right? I, Whisker's the name. I was raised in the peaks, but my mum grew up in the city. Any road, I reckon we can get inside the Alamigan quarter by way of Loch Selt. What? How? It was a story my mum told us, which made me think of it. She was always going on about what life was like when she was a girl. See how they used to have to boil the water from the well before they could drink it, since it was full of salt. They were drawing salt water from the loch, which means that there must be an underwater tunnel or something. Aye, that's it, but it won't be as simple as going for a swim. The well was closed, see. Apparently, Theodoric decided one day he wanted to control the water supply and forbade water trading. So even if you came up through it, you'll find yourself at the wrong side of a locked gate. At the time, my grandfather, being an enterprising source, befriended a guard and lifted the key from his belt. He made a copy and carried on selling water until the Imperials invaded, and he ended up working at the saltery. In short, we need your grandfather's key, assuming he still has it. I'm certain he does, and I can take it to him, but it would be dangerous. Don't worry about that. We're used to dangerous. Yeah, it's like all we do is dangerous. Nago and Arnvald will assemble the squadron, while the rest of us will go and get the key. Sounds like a plan. Like, have we ever gone and done anything in this game that is not just basically a suicide mission? Let's not waste any more time then, shall we? Yes. My mum said Grandad kept the key with him at all times as a lucky charm. If he hasn't got it, then well... Then we'll cross the bridge when we come to it. Ready, Malisty? We'll have to deal with a few Imperial patrols. Or worse. Sure. I think that's like the best thing to do in the situation. So to the saltery. What is a saltery? Also, I'm really jealous of Alphino having an obsidian carbuncle. It looks so cool. And cute with this white belly. I want one. Hey, Soblins. I wonder what... So, I know Goblins eat ore. Maybe Soblins eat salt? Where are... Oh, we're not going that far. That's good. Let me just aggro all of you up. Come on. I'm trying to put you in an AoE circle, please. It'll be way easier to clear that way. Alright. I wonder if the grandfather is still alive, though. Or are we looking for his tomb? Oh, look at that. We're here, but this isn't right. Where is everybody? Word of the Alliance advance has surely reached their ears. Mayhap they sought refuge? We should search the building for clues. Alright. Plain pot. The pot is filled to the brim with salt from the loch. Made sense. The barrel appears to have recently been filled with fish packed in salt. Someone was hard at work less than a week ago. Oh, wow. Pile of lumber. The lumber appears to have lain undisturbed for some time. Hall and Masonry. I would not be surprised if this is a place people only go to work on during the day. The crumbling masonry appears to have lain undisturbed for some time. But somebody is at least working with a fish. Anything? You don't want to talk to me? Okay. That's your choice, I guess. Wait, I'm supposed to speak with Lise? Unable to teleport at this time. I feel like something has bugged. Something isn't quite as it should be. Am I like... They must have gone to ground, but where? I can't mount up. Oh yeah, we're obviously in the scenario. Okay, I'm an idiot. Okay. Maybe if we go out to the salt area? Not seeing anything. But this is all part of the salt area, right? Maybe not. Okay, there is some clue somewhere around there that I've missed. And that's a pain. Oh, welcome back, Nick. We are at the saltery looking for a guy's grandfather, but nobody's here. So we're looking for clues. And the game doesn't want me to mount up, so we're doing so slowly. Remember to... Thanks, honey. That would be my hobby. Yeah, this quest is definitely a bit weird. Where is the thing I need to find? We'll just run in circles, I guess. Not much else we can do. I don't think I've gone up there. Oh, I can't go up there. Odd. Can I go up there like some other way? Like no? Okay. Let's do this area by area. Is anything around this thing? Not that I can see. I can't go up here. So that's where Whisker is. Please be alright. Oh, I'm really worried, buddy, that your granddad is probably not alive anymore. I am sorry. Anything here? Oh, Nick, do you remember where one of them could be? It's not here, so maybe if we go this way? How far is it gonna let me go? No, that's the end of it. I feel like I'm being stupid because I can't find this thing. And that's really annoying. Good news is we have about 22 minutes to find the clues and finish the entire quest. I would like to not take that long. Because that seems like a really annoying thing. There it is! Weird device. The magic device suddenly springs to life, flashing bright and emitting a shrill sound. It's a trap. Well, alright. Which one of you triggered the obvious trap? It was Lise. Definitely Lise. Maybe half dozen. Ballistic, keep Whisker alive. Where is Whisker? Oh shit, he's all the way over there. Dude. I'm not in a healing spec right now. Why add healing? I have curing bolts. Use that. Didn't do shit for him.
Away with you!
He doesn't step out of the damage at all. He just stands there. You don't have to face tank it. Let's get Alpino out of this mess. Oh, yes, thank you, Tancred and Lise. Just bring everything over. It's gonna make this so much easier. Maybe I should pop up. Oh, you're a big boy. Alright. What now? Oh, Tatter's diary. That might be good. And Whisker is healing. In the wake of the ambush, you find a diary belonging to a laborer. The last entry makes mention of a plan to take shelter in the Salai Monastery. Alright, where is the monastery? That's to the south. I'll lead the way. Perfect. Not after that ambush. You won't. It's too dangerous. Malisty? We'll follow you. Keep your eyes peeled for more magic. Sure. So, when you say south, what do you mean by south exactly? Because this is kind of south. I guess this way. Probably this area has now opened up. You all run faster. I'm tiny and should not be outrunning you. This doesn't seem... This doesn't seem right at all. We have a big enemy, and that's usually a good sign of being on the right path. So maybe. And we're kind of heading south. South. Like, closer to east than south at the moment, but maybe here? That could be a monastery. The minimap has a compass. Yeah, I know. So we have like south, north, west, east. It was more that it just didn't let me go directly south like I wanted. So now we're going northeast. But this... The monster is just past the gate. Keep going. Perfect. So this is the right place. And I guess up here? After we kill the gigantic purple toad. Something tall, dark and imperial appears to be blocking the entrance. God damn it, I don't think there's a way around. Then we'll just have to go through it. Yeah? Hello. Tall, dark and imperial. I think this two devices a shield generator. Okay. I will keep the machine occupied, Melisty. Be a darling and destroy the generator before it rips my head off. Oh, no. No worries, Tancred. I won't let it rip your head off. You're too much fun for that. Hey. I won't be getting up after that. Now let's go find our man. That looks like dead bodies. No, that's just broken pottery. Okay. Whew. I thought there was dead bodies on the floor. Pottery is definitely preferred in that instance. This is it. This is the monastery. They've been around here they have to be around here somewhere. They must have a hiding place. See? Hiding place. What? What? It's me, Viskar, your grandson. Viskar? By Ralgar, is that really you? Was er more? Oh, it's good to see you alive and well, lad. But who are the other ones? The Resistant, Grandad. Me, my comrades in arm. She told you all about me thumbing my nose at the Mad King, did she? Daft saw never caught me neither. It wasn't much, but it was my way of rebelling against the rule. Glad to see you got a high aspiration. I got a high aspiration. Here, make our family proud. I will, I swear. Ralg is my witness. Alright, so now we just have to swim, come up the well, and we're gonna be good. I was worried when he wasn't at the saltery, but we found him in the end. Oh, and out to the tunnel. There's trash. No? Huh. I'll take this one. Oh! We're getting a gift. That is also looking like an interesting pose. I think he's running forwards, but it kind of looks like he's laying on a table or something. Lise is in the mood for a swim. I am in the mood for a swim. We'll need to dive into the lock and look for tunnel leading beneath the residential district. There should be no problem for Melicity and me, thanks to the coaching blessing, but for the rest of you... I will have you know that I can hold my breath for 10 minutes. I think it's best that I support Manago and Arsenwald units. Yeah. Alright, you can't swim. I am aware of that, thank you, but it's neither here nor there, given that I lack both the coaching blessing and Thangra's preternatural lung capacity. Right, of course. I didn't mean anything by it, nothing at all. We need to teach him how to swim at some point. So, Melicity, Thangra and me, let's head to the water's edge. Alfina and Whisker can rejoin the other and wait outside the gate for us to let them in. It's like no tact. I don't think he wanted you to announce to the rest of the resistance that he can't swim. I think that's very much not what Alfina wanted. Oh, poor kid. Do I have... Okay, I don't have any upgrades. That's good. So at least I can look nice as we go swimming. Ooh. This is happening. Like, this is actually happening. We are doing this right now. So... like, that looks cool. With the griffins and everything. That looks really nice. Alright, I guess this is the water we're gonna... Yep, dive into. I do apologize if you hear some banging. Somebody is knocking on something outside. You would be surprised what skill an urchin can pick up in the city of pirates. A knack for selling fine leather waistcoats being one. Huh. This looks like a good a place as any. Ere you dive into the briny deep. Hey, Urianger. Urianger, what are you doing here? Master Alfino informed me of your plan, and thus did I hasten to your side. When Mistress Alice unfolded to me the tale of her defeat, I was most intrigued by the appearance ease of which foretold us a theretofore unexceptional warrior defeated my lady's every attempt to do her harm. After some few days of deliberation, I subsequently contrived what I believe to be a solution to the problem of her preternatural prescience. It was in hope of furnishing you with the fruits of my labor that I came. What you got? Wait, isn't that Moonbrida's? Her etheric siphon formed the basis for my design. Should my hypothesis prove correct, you need but activate it in her presence. To say more would endanger the plan, for ignorance is your shield. Oh. Interesting. Usually Urianger is very willing to tell us everything. It was Moonbrida's time, it's not yours, my friend. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal and return. We will. We will, for you and for her. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. Right, I'm going in. Follow me. Yes, let's go diving. Right, let's do this. Wait, further out. There we go. Oh, that's deep and dark. Not too fond of deep and dark. At least I got Katla with me. Oh, I guess this way. I wonder who built this. If this area flooded, perhaps? What are those? They look like gigantic snowflakes. Are you bad? No. You don't seem to be bad. Wait, this is not where I'm trying to go? Was I maybe supposed to talk to Lisbeth? before I went into the water? Oh, these are meant to be salt crystals. That makes sense. Oh no, we're probably supposed to go through these tunnels. Makes sense. But yeah, these are really pretty. Hello, Lise. The tunnel leads east. Thanker's already gone ahead. Let's not keep him waiting. Yeah, understandably he's gone ahead. He can only hold his breath for 10 minutes. Yeah, there is underwater faces and they're so nice. And there is actually, like, you will get a lore reason for why you don't need to hold your breath. Like, it's absolutely lovely. I love the underwater thing in this game. It's so good. Now. That is a lot of stairs to have to carry your water up. Oh, look at like all the dust. Because this place has been locked off for so long. That's a pretty detail. Now. Oh. What do I need to do for you? Look out? Yes. Nice. I'm gonna have to check that one out later. Right now, I want to get up here. Hello. That tunnel was much longer than anticipated. I would rather not make the trip again, if that's all the same to you. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just open the door. Whew, that was fun. Yes, tremendous fun. Who needs a beastman's blessing anyway? I still can't believe you managed to hold your breath the entire time. It felt like we were down there for hours. Anyway, it's time we let our friends in. Once we head to the stairs, we need to make our way to the main gate, which are somewhere to the west of here. Forgive me for stating the obvious, but it bears repeating that until we open the gate, we three are on our own. It would be in our best interest to avoid guards and easily startled small folk. Obviously, but once our guests have arrived, we'll be free to head towards the research facility where trial is being held, as loudly as we like. Since you've been here before, will you lead the way? Of course, but I will move quickly, so see that you do not fall behind. I will do my best. Nothing left to say then. Let's get to it. Yes. Just save Kyle. I want to save her so bad. I'm really worried about what they're doing to her. Like, with all these fusing things with living beings, I worry they're doing something like that with her. Wait, patrols. Let them pass. Alright. She did things with her... Oh, okay. I'm not gonna read that. Sentry, get the cover. I will deal with it. Oh, there. And now we're the wiser. Let us press on. And none the wiser, okay. Oh, it's gonna be so neat when we can travel the city with it under our control. Imperial soldier dead ahead. Here we are, and one more sentry. Give me a moment. Sure. Melissy, look for a lever or winch. We'll guard the rear. A lever or a winch. Oh, there. Gate winch. It's so comically big for me. Hell's open, heavens weep. Something. My phone thinks I'm talking to it. Oh. No, it's okay, Pixie. I'm not talking to you. Then let us leave them to it and head for the facility. I just saw my phone like lighting up, trying to understand what I said, and concluding I was saying heavens weep. Or heavens sweep. This is good. But understandably not very understandable for the poor AI. Insurgents, here, sound the alarm. Oh, no. No alarms need to be sound. We just wanna, like, talk. We're coming to visit our friends. He's part of a experimental program here in the city. It's all very hush-hush, but don't worry. We'll be in and out. I mean, Yoshi, it makes sense. We don't need the alarms. We are probably pretty loud on our own anyway. Oh no. Right. There we go. Hold on, Kyle, we're coming. Stand your ground, let no one escape. We're not trying to escape. We are in fact doing the opposite. We are going in. So, if you want to help with that, then just please move out of the way. Take down the Reaper also. The resonatorium is just ahead. Good. Good. Guessing it's this door. They know we're coming. Make ready, my friends. Sure. Is that the scientist? No, it's her. Well, we do have the staff. So now she's gonna die. I reckoned you lot would come, but I didn't think you'd have the nerve to break the bloody doors down. Makes no difference to me, though. Time to die. Yep. Use the etheric siphon to weaken Fordola and defeat her in battle. Yeah, this is definitely because of her being buffed. The experiments that were done on her here. Well,
I can read her every move.
Where do I have the siphon exactly? Oh, there. Please. Calm down, lady. God, 7 hells my head. The pain. It's working. Strike now while she's weak. Oh my god, that was a lot of damage. It was a lot of damage. Alfie, you're a healer. Heal me.
Out of my way.
Yeah, you're gonna... Right. C takes so little damage. Let's keep at it. We almost have her. Yeah, we have her down to like 90% health. You people maybe like help me. Why do I have to do everything here?
I'll cut you to pieces!
Oh, move out of the way of that. There. I'm just gonna AoE here so we can maybe take this guy down. Also speed up some certain death. Because I really need them to not be fighting some Legion guys right now. Oh, it's hard for me to see this. I think here I'm safe.
How could I lose?
Haven't really lost much of anything. Are you kidding me? We're getting more Legion guys? Okay. I need this person to go. Thank you. Oh, let's stand here. I would like to buff up. Buff, buff, buff. Okay, we got her now down to like 60-ish. So just another hour of fighting and she'll die. Fine. Thankfully, if I avoid the mechanics, it doesn't really do that much damage. But if I fail mechanics, then that's really bad because then he almost one-shots me. Oh no. Okay, stand here. Don't want to be facing an X once he does that.
Let's finish this!
If only you knew the power!
Yeah, you'd stop that. There we go. We're just gonna, you know, cut that out immediately. We're not dead. It didn't fail. She dreams tonight.
No. Not after everything. I cannot lose. I will not!
Oh, but you will! Without your tricks, you're nothing! Conrad, Mefrit, your own comrades! I should kill you here and now for what you did!
Yes.
But there's no place for that kind of justice here. Not in my Alamigo.
Oh, how very bloody noble of you. Or you'll pardon me my sins, will you? After you and your freedom fighters come and tear down everything we've worked so hard to build. We were fighting for our people's freedom.
Thank you for the follow, Terence. Just stab her.
You're slaves to a tyrant! There's no freedom in that!
Now, my friend!
Yeah, let's go open these. How do we know which one's he's in? There's no way it's just gonna be the first one we open. There are so many of them. Alright.
Croyle!
Catch her.
Alphino? I knew you'd come.
Touching as this moment is, it will have to wait. We should rejoin the main force at once.
Yeah, we need to get Kryle to safety and then the rest of us need to fight.
I'm taking her back with us, alive. She's going to answer for what she's done.
Just stab her.
Listen to you. Talking like you've already won. Xenos is gonna tear you apart. He commands a power echoing that of the Icons.
What are you talking about?
The hunt, you stupid cow. I'm talking about the hunt. He said you'd come, and here you are, his willing prey. You and your friends are dead, just like mine. And all our misery, all our sacrifice, it was all for naught!
Kill her. Kill her.
No! You're gonna live long enough to see us win our freedom. I promise you that.
May I live 1,000 years.
Interrogations can wait. Let us be off.
Yeah, like this is not the time. We have a literal siege going on. Well, not siege, invasion. Like, yeah, it makes sense, but no, just stab her. This isn't the time to take prisoners, and she's extremely unlikable, so just stab. Saved once more by Urianger's ingenuity, I look forward to learning why it was so imperative that we remained ignorant of the device's precise function. Yeah, I'm very curious. They used medicine to keep me in a torpor for much of the time. I fear I am still recovering from their effect, but I will be fine, I will. Well, what a relief to have finally found her, though our greatest challenge yet lies ahead of us. On the eve of this final battle, I find myself overcome with joy. We could not have saved her without everyone's help. Thengrid, Lise, Urianger, and of course you. But yes, there is still much and more to be done. I should be very interested to learn the meaning of Fardola's ominous word, for one. Well, we are... Wait. Oh, I can get Thengrid's bandana? Oh, that's cute. It's like, yeah, that's... It would be good to know. Lee still annoys the hell out of me. I still feel this should have been Rauban. If this would have been Rauban doing this moment, it would have been much more powerful. Alphino is a man with one less worry on his mind. Lisa's gone to deliver Fordola into the custody of the Alliance, leaving Manago and her men to hold the Resistance district and stand ready. Once the Alliance has breached the main gate and commenced their assault, the Resistance forces will push through the entrance here and join the fray. Yes. In that case, I will remain here. My search for Kryle took me into the city proper, and my familiarity with the defenses may prove useful to the Resistance. Hope so. Understood. I shall instruct Arenwald and his unit to render support as well. They were tasked with securing the Aetheryte, as I recall, with me, Malicity. Okay, there is an Aetheryte here. Perfect. That is going to be so much easier for travel's sake. So I'm guessing we're now coming up to like the final big scenario. I'm also guessing there's going to be a final big scenario because that's what has been was both in Heavensward and Realm Reborn. James says, I'm still strongly of the view that the story was written for Minfilia. It definitely could have been, yeah. He also had Alamigan history, so that would have made sense. But they decided to send her off to another dimension for some reason. Which is a shame. It's just... Hey, Ape! Oh, Ape. Look. I haven't quite mastered the leaning against the walls, but I know how to lean. Oh, people didn't like her. You look really cool today. Like, a lot of leather. I'm actually working on the lore for the Ellison at the moment. I finished writing the script this morning and I've made an Ellison for the video, and then I'm gonna have to get some background footage, do the voiceover and editing. It is quite interesting. Gods, Kyle, it's so good to see you. I feared the worst. It wasn't your fault. You saved me. All of you. Thank you. We will be departing shortly for Porta Pretoria to rejoin the main host. Arenwald, I would have your unit remain here with Angred, that you might support the resistant troop in the coming battle. Understood. We won't let you down. I trust you will refrain from doing anything I would not. We are both far too young to die. Right. No noble sacrifices. Got it. Malicity, Creail, let us be off then. True, Abe, you always look good. But today you're like a cool good. Usually you look more snazzy good. But you always look good. The male Ellison just generally always look good. I think the female Ellison are kind of meh, but they're okay. But the male ones, they usually look great all the time. I am unattuned. Oh no! I have made a terrible mistake. We're gonna have to run so far. Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's just male Ellison, especially if you put them in. Like Ellison are very true. Ape, I need the ride. I'm tiny and my legs are short. And I need to be all the way over there. And it's just really far away. I'm gonna sit out here and wait. Oh, thank you. I'm waiting outside so you can, like, give me a lift. Can you fly over the gate? I think there's a loading screen to, like, get into it, right? No, apparently you can just fly over. Thank you. Can't believe I forgot to, like, attune to the Aetheryte. That's so bad. Oh, she looks so cute sitting on the back. I feel like I should have a booster seat. I cannot promise that I will learn, sadly. Maybe an Endwalker. Or maybe I will simply forget. Don't worry, I will trust that you will, like, level up ahead of me and Endwalker. Get flying as quickly as possible so you can ferry me around. Because I'm gonna do the same, like, I'm gonna continue doing these weekly streams. I won't do the story without you guys. Because I think it's gonna be most fun that way. I do quite enjoy doing the main stories with you. I need to go down there. What is happening? Oh, you can't land anywhere high? Oh, this sucks. I would have loved to jump down from there. So sad. Yeah, I would have loved to jump from there. Love it when I can jump from, like, stupidly high places in this game. Okay, attune. So we don't make this mistake again. Now, Rauban, I have news. Just let me stand on the table. It's gonna be so much better for both of our backs and necks and shoulders.
Ah, the heroes of the hour. Not content with securing the residential district, you gifted me an Imperial Commander. What are you after, a medal?
The work is its own reward, General. I must say, however, that Fordola's claims were not a little disturbing. What manner of power could Xenos have acquired that might equal an icon?
I don't know.
Might she speak of our missing Omega?
Very possibly. The Empire's fondness for comparable Allagan technologies is exceedingly well documented. Have we made any progress with our own investigation?
None. The search goes on in earnest, but Sid has thus far found nothing of note. Mayhap the Garleans beat us to it. If they were working desperately to repair the machine, that might explain their decision to remain within their walls.
Ah, Lise. I trust you surrendered Fordola into custody without incident. We were just discussing the pilot's claims.
About Xenos and his newfound powers. She hasn't said a word on the subject since we rescued Kryl, even when the interrogator asked nicely.
Gotta love it when Happy is in the chat. Yes, please do follow. I would like to get affiliated. It would be so
Mayhap
handy.
I can offer some insight into her claims, or at least into the facility and the experiments they conducted during my time there. Though my memories of the period are somewhat muddled, there are a few things I remember with painful clarity.
Thancred told us only that Fordola had undergone some manner of treatment.
Yes. It is a place wholly dedicated to the creation of enhanced beings, whom they refer to as the Resonant. As I understand it, the process aims to imbue a test subject with the qualities of an individual with demonstrated magical aptitude. This entails the mechanical extraction and transfusion of some manner of primordial essence.
So that's how Fordola improved so fast. I knew there had to be something. She wasn't half as strong or quick to predict my attacks when we first met. If it weren't for Oriange's siphon thingy, I really don't think we'd have beaten her.
My humble scheme asked far more in the execution than it required in the conception, I do assure thee.
Yeah, why wouldn't we allow to know?
You've got to stop doing that.
In calling upon Lady Alisaie after her defeat, I was most intrigued to learn of the apparent effortlessness with which Fordola countered her attacks. 'Twas as if she knew the blade's destination ere its journey began. A most impressive feat under any circumstances, but an almost miraculous one when considered in the context of Fordola's unfamiliarity with my lady's arts. How then could she so perfectly predict an unknown opponent's every move? After much deliberation, I surmised that Fordola may be possessed of a preternatural ability to divine meaning from the fluctuations of an individual's ether and to instinctively react. To employ a metaphor, one might say that she was attuned to the whispers of my Lady Alize's soul.
Wait, have you not just described a manifestation of the Echo?
I had no conclusive proof. The available anecdotal evidence suggested only that Fordola was uncommonly sensitive to etheric fluctuations, and 'twas this which led me to develop my stratagem. I would fashion a device with the capacity to generate a massive disruption in the surrounding ether. If, as I suspected, Fordola's senses were indeed questing for the most minor of oscillations, the shock of exposure to a more amplitudinous etheric waveform would be akin to a debilitating bout of ether sickness.
How ingenious. I note that the success of your plan hinged on your device's wielder remaining ignorant of its purpose, lest Fordola divine your intent.
Indeed so, Master Alphino. All things considered, 'twas a most fortuitous outcome.
That makes sense. He can't react to it if we don't even know what we're doing.
That's putting it mildly. In any event, if Urianger is correct, that would mean these Resonant have been granted the power of the Echo via artificial means. A sobering thought, to say the least, and one which makes me wonder what else Xenos has in store.
Whatever the Viceroy's newfound powers, I know of none better equipped to face him. And face him you must. For there is now but one path forward, and it leads straight to Alamigo.
And it's not as if we came unprepared. We've got all our friends and allies fighting for the same thing. Honestly, right now, I feel like we could take on anyone and win. And I mean anyone.
Nevertheless, let us proceed with all due caution, because otherwise you're going to do something stupid.
Well, no one's saying we shouldn't be cautious. Though maybe I was getting a bit carried away.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'd best get back to the residential district. Thancred and the Resistance forces are waiting.
It is time we join the main host. Kryl, in light of your recent ordeal, might I suggest that you remain with the rearguard for now?
Oh, if you insist. Just this once.
I would prefer if she just went to Alex Reach and rested with Alize. I don't think she's in a fighting form at the moment. I mean, when did she last eat? Or drink water? Or sleep? If I may, General, is there aught Melicity and I can do to assist with final preparation? Don't volunteer us for work. I'm glad you asked. Pippin informed me moments ago that all forces are in position and that we're ready to commence the assault. Naught remains but to notify the Alliance commanders. If you have no objection, I should be glad to have you do the honors, Melicity. You were instrumental to the success of Operation Archon. You helped bring an end to the Dragonsong War. You're a hero to the people and symbol of hope. Some might just it's an empty gesture or worse, a waste of your talent, but I know it would mean much to everyone here. Sure, I'll go let them know. What are you doing? Oh, God. You are the best person ever. I do love the stockings. Lovely outfit and shoe. I just saw my chat going like, Abe's doing the Black Ranger pose. And I was like, he's up to something. I was not prepared for that. That you should be the one to bring me word. By the Furies, good to see you, my friend. You who stood with us on our direst hour will ever be an inspiration to my countrymen and to me. Though Iskard's debt can never be repaid, it's my hope that our deeds this day shall go some small way to redressing the balance. This guy keeps on giving me thumbs up and it's really weird. Stop it. Oh, it's nice getting to kind of like see everybody before we head off to the big fight. All is ready. Very well. Though many will fall in the coming battle, how many more shall know liberty for the sacrifice? There is time for peace and time for war. Even the matron understands this. We who have received of hers an elemental's blessing go now to stand for Eorsia and her children. It's time then, though this is not my theatre of choice. We will play our part, our cannons care not either way. Stop emoting at me. This is so weird. The battery has sunk enough ships to fill a fleet. This is not like the best. It's not like to be bested by a gate. Abe, they're harassing me. Look at that. This is terrible. See, they do the same. Why is this happening? All right, let's get away from the creepy people. And let them know I've told everybody, so we can do this. Is it done then? Thank you, Majesty, for humoring an old bull. Maelstrom, Adder, and his guardian forces are in position, General. Thank you for the follow, Silex. Oh, no! Silex has rated me with a party of 11. Welcome! Hi! Thank you, Silex. Oh, you're so sweet. We are just about to, I think, enter the final, like, big fight of the Stormblood main story. So definitely, like, join me for some fun. Resistant force in the Alamican Quarter are ready and awaits our signal. Yeah, for those who would just arrive, I'm Melicity. I run a small lore channel for Final Fantasy. And I play Final Fantasy every Sunday. So, you know, if you want to join, and watch, definitely give me a follow. Not left to do, but the deed itself. Yes, sure, Nick, you can join for the thing. I'm gonna have to go and glamour though before that. I'm not showing up wearing everything good and then one hideous set of gloves. That's not happening. Rauban has a personal favor to ask you. Right then, I must go to my men, as I'll be leading the first charge through the breach. Oh, Ape. With the thumbs up. Then we shall head to the front. Pippin has command of our artillery outside of the gate. He'll not be hard to find. But before you go, I have a final favor to ask. Give this to my son. He will understand. Sure. I have read the story about how Rauban ended up adopting Pippin. It's actually a really nice tale. Where? Oh, it's gonna be all the way over there. Okay, step 1. I think maybe I can glamour in the Alamican Quarter, or maybe not. So it's gonna depend if we can or not. If we have to go somewhere else, we have to go somewhere else. Okay, quick jump back to Gridania. So we look the part. Abe, you can't join? Well, I'll let Nick join at least. I'm gonna have to make a new group anyway, so I can invite Nick and... Oh, Yeah, I can only glam in inns. Well, that's sorted. Back to Gridania. Glamour up, looking adorable. And then straight back to the story. Because I have a feeling we're gonna get probably a long cutscene at some point. If this is like the final fight and everything. So I'm gonna look good while I do it. I'm not... Yeah, I've been very protective of Final Fantasy. So I both run the lore channel with making currently lore videos based on all the races. Just looking a bit on their backstory and such. What's the name? Can I... I'll and Hubby in the chat. I am quite lucky to get a lot of support in my stuff, both from family and from my guild. So yeah, I've spent... basically what happened is when I started playing Final Fantasy, I was very lucky with finding a really nice free company. And they actually helped me get into many parts of the game. Oh, thank you. I'll just invite him then. And that made it actually really handy to learn about a lot of things. So even though I'm going kind of slow through the story, because I'm doing it on the streams, it's still... like, I've still managed to do quite a bit of things. Like, I got a lot of classes. I've got every class up to 30 by now. I'm working on just a variety of little hobbies. And of course, I've been lucky enough to get the Encyclopedia of Eorzea. I haven't finished reading all of it, but I've read quite a bit of it by now. It's a huge book, by the way. Oh, I'll have solo duty beforehand, though, so I can drop when that happens, and then you re-invite me. Perfect. Thank you, Abe. Oh, no! Every time I step into deep water, my mount just fucks off. Oh, look at that thing! That is cool. That is definitely cool. I'm not gonna fight it, but that is cool. Oh, then we have like a tiny mountain. Oh, we have like a tall mountain and a baby mountain. That is so cute. So I need to go up there. Oh, you can hear fighting in the distance. I'm not fighting everything on the way. No, thank you. Nuh-uh. I'm going up here, ignoring the rest of you. Ow! Don't do that. It's so very mean. Alright, Pippin! Hi! I have a thing for you. From your dad. Melicity, Alphino. What's that you got there? One can only imagine what this bulky package contains. What is he getting? By the 12! This is Tysona! The Ball of Alamigo's legendary sword forged from 2 cursed blades. This sword is a symbol of everything my father fought to achieve, a weapon claimed on the blood sand, and with it fortune and glory. The flames consumed the unworthy, but by fire was he reborn. That he should be bequeathed to me now, to carry on his legacy. Well, I shall endeavour to deserve it, but I'll be damned if this is his final battle. Once we begin, there will be no respite until it's over. Are you ready, my friend? Very well. Brace yourself. This should be quite Vice Marshal! Vice Marshal! Imperial unit approaching from the north. Aiming to destroy our artillery, are they? How many? Total number unconfirmed, at least one squadron, but sir, they're wolfmen. Fear dominate? Bloody hell, that's all we need. Call up the Bloodsworn, tell them to make ready. Marshal Terrapin, wait. These wolfmen of whom you speak hail from Doma. They were coerced into fighting for the Empire, spirited away to a foreign land and told that if they disobeyed, the lives of their kin would be forfeit. But their homeland has been liberated. They have no reason to continue serving their imperial masters. Ere you engage them in battle, I beseech you, grant us a moment to go and attempt to convince them to lay down their arms. Yes, that would be so good. And also would throw the Imperial for a loop. I am loath to gift our enemy more time to prepare, but if there is a chance that this conflict might be avoided, I suppose we must take it. Go then, but be quick. Yeah, we are not gonna dally. We will, Vice Marshal. With me, Malicity. Let's do this. Whew. So that's up there. Okay, at least the lightning sprites aren't hostile. Oh, the city's gonna look so nice when we get rid of these ugliest banners and replace them for like a proper Alamigan ones. Oh, I love this whale. It's so stupid big, but so pretty. We will wait here for the Lupina to arrive. Still yourself, my friend, though I hope to resolve this without resorting to violence. It would seem wise to prepare for the worst. Okay, I need to leave my party. Oh, hold on. Leaving the party so I can do the single player thing. They come, Malicity. Yeah, they do. Hello. Can we talk? You! Clear the road. Honorable warrior of Doma, my name is Alfino Lubelier, and I come before you with news of great import. Silence, boy, you stand upon the battlefield, be gone or be cut down. Doma is free. Lord Hien has returned and driven Yotsuyu and the Imperials from your land. We were there. We helped him. There's no need for you to fight for Senos. Lord Hien is dead, and you're a liar. What could a boy such as you do against the Magitech? Throw stones and spit curses? Invoke my lord's name again at your peril. We'll suffer no falsehoods. How can we prove it? I speak only the truth. Put up your weapons, I beg you. Let us speak as friends and not shed blood in vain. Come on, please listen. If your claims were true, we would gladly sheath our blades and embrace as brothers. But since they must surely be false, we would be traitors to accept. Our lives and those of our loved ones forfeit. Words are air. You will prove the truth of your tale on the battlefield or die in dishonor. I mean, I do get it. We don't have anything to prove it. So... And at the risk of the Empire just massacring their families, they could definitely believe this is just a nasty trick. Can you become a dance partner? Thank you. Okay. If you die this day, then we shall know you for liars. Truly? Must we fight to prove that we need not fight?
For the House of Leveilleur!
Okay, we're not killing them, we're just knocking them down. That's good. Please listen. You're no strangers to battle, that much is plain. I am the White. I am Hakuro, and I will be your opponent. Have at you. Please stop fighting us. At least we have epic music. Until I'm satisfied, we shall fight on. Give me your all. On your guards, his strength far exceeds that of his brethren's. Yeah, sure. Oh. Oh! I better watch out for that. What is that? They... Oh, okay, they move slowly across the battlefield and we just have to avoid. Makes sense. Oh, that took so much life. Took so much life. I think I stood in something. What is that? What is this? Is that all you can muster, Yorsian? Hold not back. I am terrified of you. Such ferocity. If he does not relent, we shall be forced to kill him. I would like not to. I would like him to join us. He would be amazing boon. Oh. Okay, I'm safe, right? No, not here. Crying out loud. Dude. You have too many things. Oh, why? Why are you doing so much damage? I think I'm undergeared for this. So be it. Moonstone, Carbuncle, come. Moonstone? You have a white Carbuncle too? Why do you get all the nice ones? Stand within the Carbuncle ward. This will grant you strength. Good. You just placed it in the middle of AoE, buddy. Okay, I need to move away from that. Okay. They really want to make sure you know how to avoid shit. That's for sure. Hey, so much stuff. Do this in hope of healing Alfie up a bit. There. And no. Oh, proximity shit. Barely any place to stand. Enough. You are every bit the warriors you claim me be. Thank you. Please join us for the fight. You're actually amazing. You fought with honor and restraint. You could have killed my men and perhaps even me, but you did not. For this, I thank you. Warriors brave and true, I pray you tell us of the battle for Doma's liberation. We should be glad to do so. Okay, he's gonna explain it. Lord Hien returned? Such joy this news brings us. But for Lord Gosetsu to perish in the keep's collapse, we haven't found the body. So, maybe not. To be taken from us by such treachery, there is no justice. Eyes forward, Takuro. He wished for no better death. You knew him well. He would not suffer us to mourn with so much undone. And so we will not. Duty comes before all. All Lupin shall know of Doma's liberation and of your part in it. When you breach the gate, we shall turn on the Imperials as one. With fang and claw shall we rip open the throats of our masters. This the White swear. Thank you. When our war is ended, I am certain that your lord will help us to return you all to Doma. such a curious thing. Destiny to see us meet with friends of Lord Hien in this distant corner of the world. We shall not keep you. Your day is not yet done. Thank you. Oh, I was still in the chat. There we go. Can't join party? I think I'm in cinematic or something. Hey, the Tomaters are here. It was just a fun story. I think that's Kokobuki, I think we saw. Though I'm not 100% sure. Their names are terrible.
You are returned. Were your negotiations with the Wolfmen successful?
Yes! Super successful. We did so good.
The one they called the White was receptive to our words once we told him of Doma's liberation.
And beat the shit out
They
of him.
withdrew behind the walls to inform their brethren. If the gods are good, no blood shall be shed between our peoples this day.
Here. Now, I think it's time we did something about those gates.
Yes. Blow them up.
Thaumaturgist, forward!
We're gonna blow them up.
Give me hellfire! Give me Ifrit's bloody inferno! Now give me a curse and winter! Enough ice and snow to bury a behemoth! All cannons! Fire at will! Let no man say we neglected to knock!
I love Putin. He's so much fun. Oh shit.
Damn that armor! We nearly had it!
Can we shoot it down? Yeah. Oh, the Wolfen are gonna love this. Hien just showed up.
Is that...
That's Hien. Did he fly all the way here? That's a really long way to
Bear
go.
witness, my Eorzean brothers and sisters. Doma is come to pay her debts.
Lord Hien!
We will deal with the flying machines. Forward, my friends, for freedom and justice!
I'm so happy they're here.
You heard the man! All cannons resume firing!
The gates are open.
We're through. The way is clear.
This is so good. We're gonna go kick some ass. Whew. All right. Impeccable timing. Those Domans come, comrades. The enemy gate is down. Forward. At long last, the end is inside. Oh, Stormblood. The battle for Alamico is at hand. All forces have been ordered to advance into the city proper. I trust your unit of lead adventurers is ready, Malicity? Excellent. Your objective is to make haste for the castle and kill Xenos Galvus. Any questions? Of course not. Now go and get the bastard. Oh, I would love nothing more. Alright, I'm guessing this is kind of the final duty of this expansion pack, like the main story. So we're gonna take like a 3-minute break before we head in there. And we're definitely gonna finish the story today. So I will see you in a minute. And we're back. Alright. Abe, you can throw me an invite. Lead the way, Majesty. I will be right behind you. Together we will make Xenos pay for everything he has done. Yes. Thank you. If you find Xenos, you kill him. No hesitation. Other may have taken prisoners, but not him. Not under any circumstances. Yeah, I agree. I propose we bring a jar of acid and give him a bath. Oh, there's a cool mount. Oh, he's actually one of the Moogle things. Nice. Let's do this. I'm so excited. Wait. I have to show off mounts too. See, I have the superior mount. I have no party. Cat is stealing my water. Thank you for letting me know. Hello. Can you sign us up? This is so nice. I was surprised why I didn't get insta invite like I expected. That does definitely explain it. I am so excited. At least I didn't forget to pick up a quest or something this time. I did pick up the quest, I think. I do have a quest. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's just 4 of us. Oh, look at this place. The details are so nice. Oh, people fighting. Oh, help. I didn't realize it was a dungeon. Okay, our healer looks amazing. Hey, Melvin! Bluefish something something. Oh, ow. Bastard. Oh, that's so cool. Wait, so all the leaders are probably in here somewhere. We have to look around. We have to make sure we find them all. I love these little details. Okay, that book this person has, stunning. Anyone over there? No? No. Oh no, there's Lise. And this one seems... Oh, Thancred! Thancred and Lise. Nice. No, it's Thancred also. And I'm always happy to see Thancred. Also, I can't get into the water to splash yet. Travesty. Oh, I do like it that I get to do this in a pre-made. Who do we have here? We have just the flame, like guys from the flame, but that's so cool though. Just thank you guys. This is awesome to be able to go through this at a slow pace just to see everything. Oh! Oh, that's cool. They toss a bomb for us. Hey, Kenisina. With her people. Oh, it's cool to see her actually fighting. Yeah, she's actually doing something. She's actually using white mage spells. I know these spells. She can be useful. I'm so proud of you. Especially because I'm part of your faction, so like, please. Oh, look at these doors. The architecture here is so pretty. They should definitely do a residential district in Alamigo. I know they're doing one in Iskar, but I think Alamigo definitely deserves one too, because this architecture style is beautiful. It's so colorful. These things though kind of ruin the look. The Imperials come and trash everything. Oh, there we have some more from my the twin adders. This place is beautiful. Oh, definitely. I love that just come over there and go like, yes, we'll fight you. It's like, thank you. That makes it easier to kill you. This book looks so cool. I'm gonna have to make a scholar and a summoner at some point. Like, I do have a level 30 Arcanist. I just haven't like gone and unlocked the other two yet. It is all on the list. Oh, that's the shinobi. Scorpions round the band. Remember to attack while something. Nobody there, but the shinobi is running off somewhere. He's trying to peek. I don't see anybody there either. Oh, wow. That is the scorpion I see. Oh, Final Fantasy VII first boss. That's cool. I do like how they are reusing like cool looking bosses from previous games. Because not everybody has actually seen those bosses. So it's... I forgot to make somebody my dance partner. So, like, they are new and awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the building one when I'm not looking at the boss's ass. Oh, oh. Go away from me. This is so nice. Because I would like to go into first person to be able to look properly up on the building, otherwise I'll just be looking up my skirt. It's not optimal, even though I'm wearing shorts. Oh no. Oh, let me buff us. Look at the gate though. Love the little details. They've really upped the details so much in this expansion pack. It's so nice. Oh. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. But let's do it anyway. Let's make sure it's correct. Wait, how do I go into first person mode? I forget. This way. Look at this. Like, look at all the details. Like, details of the doors and the towers and... Oh. You guys look amazing. I love the details of those doors. Oh, apparently that was a loading area. Oh, Narthus, thank you for the follow. Okay, how do I get out of this? Actually, no, give me a moment. Like, look at these. Like, even the ceilings have detail. That is stunning. They put so much effort in making this game beautiful and it makes me so happy. I want to go splash the water, but they say no. Oh, enemies. Sorry, I know I'm walking ahead of the tank because I'm just looking at things. So, like, really, thank you for letting me do that, because it's really nice to just get to explore. Look at that. Oh, does not stand on the bad. Emmerich is here? Oh, I love Emmerich. Oh yeah, Emmerich is there! Oh, Emmerich. He's so cute and so much fun. He has a nice personality. I am so glad we get to keep on doing things with him. Because he's such an excellent character to be introduced in an expansion pack, and I would hate to see him confined only to Heavensward. Yeah, there's Lucia. Oh, that's so nice. I do really like... Oh, nice lights. I do really like that they actually have these people like reoccurring. They're coming back to do things. And that is really nice because it doesn't feel like they were just like one and done characters, but actually they kept on doing shit while we were away. The world keeps on living. And it's nice that they comment on that they haven't seen us for a while and they're glad to see us and they come fight with us because we have a reputation with them. It just feels so satisfying and makes it so much more immersive and real. By the way, if Senna's kills Sir Emmerich, I will take a sword and shove it in unpleasant places. Oh! What's that? Oh, somebody here too? These are night guards. Nice. Look at this place! And that griffin with the sword and everything. I know this is just me going through this going like, wow, this is so pretty, but everything is so pretty. It's not fair. Hey, Katla. I do apologize if Kitty ends up rubbing against the mic. She sometimes does that if she thinks I'm talking to my mom. But she should know I'm not because I'm not speaking Icelandic right now. Katla, allt í lagi? Allt í lagi? Viltu blóða klappa þér? Oh, treasure. What did we get? Great. Great. Oh, I'm just getting everything. Oh, Katla, hi. Hi. Come here. I'm gonna move Cat to her bed. Oh, big boy. I love that. I love that he's saying like Iskard remembers the warrior of like they remember what we did for them, and the connection we made, and the alliance. Oh, this is so cool! Like this view is so stupidly pretty. Oh, and then we have the water down there, some waterfalls, and then Ugly has cannons to ruin the view because the Empire ruins everything. Oh, this is so nice. It's not fair. Oh, Oh, we have like blue lights in there. Like, definitely, if there's anything you want, need for it. Ooh. This is a boss room. They really like the water features here. And they don't let me splash any of them. Olusmal Asina. Oh, I know that's the scientist. That's the crazy scientist. The floor is amazing. Such detail. It's stunning. Alright. James is saying this fight is great. I am very excited. Let me buff up. Oh, recording subject performance. Are we being evaluated? Ooh, music turned very sinister there for a moment. Okay, we got these ones, so we have to watch out for Grand AoE. Ooh!
I shall have to share these findings.
Yeah.
Initiate soul extraction.
Oh, no! No, that sounds bad. I would like...
Success.
Shit! What do I do? Wait. Ow. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
The soul rebels.
Stupid hand, leave me alone. Come on. That's my body. Thank you. That is cool.
This data.
Oh, hey, Rowan. Hey, Kaitu. Oh, hey, all guys. So my FC has showed up. He's so sweet. Oh, where do I go? Where do I stand? What do I do? Let's just go over here. Yes. That killed me. That was not the right thing to do. The pure moment of Sprout running like headless chicken. Going, no. I already have this one. Alright. This... Now the coolest bit. I'm going in first person. I'm just gonna trust you guys to fight for me while I look around. I hope you don't mind. I also can't see the chat, so... Oh, let me turn this on. I can fight in first person. This is very flashy. Playing this game in first person is definitely a unique experience. Oh, they have like the lights and everything. Look at that. That looks cool. Oh, we have automators fighting there. And another one. And another one. Wait, these are Imperial thaumaturges. I think. I need to zoom out. Okay, we have Lord Hien, and we have the Shinobi here. And why has her name fallen out of my head? Yugiri. We have Yugiri here. Oh, so nice and all the water. Oh. Okay, we have to break the laser fields. Okay, something's happening over there also. Somebody was calling Ulda Ulda. Oh, nice. Oh, and Raban. We have both. I love those two. Like, I'm almost willing to switch faction to the Flames just because it's Raban's faction, because he is so cool. But I don't really do any PvP, so I can't really be arsed. Okay, there's somebody more there. Let's take you out so I can take a look. Oh! Oh! Big one. Very big one. Oh, there's Elfie! Nice. Oh yes, quite a bit of people with him. Ooh. All from the Flames. It always confuses me a little bit that the Flames are actually wearing dark blue and the Lominsians are wearing red. That looks so nice. Oh, these are weapons. Ooh. I read Kaitu, Toby. I'm sorry. I love you, buddy. Oh, this is actually an upgrade. I'm gonna take it. I'm not gonna put it on. I do apologize, but I do not want to wear that in the upcoming cutscene. But yeah, we have Ruin, we have Mel, we have Toby. It's so nice. I had San come in before. All right. Oh, look at the statues. Those are cool, like lionesses. Hey, Hien! And Yukiri is probably there too. Yes, I think that's her, like right there in the back. So they are actually advancing. That's cool. Never let me in the water. I bought a splash emote and I want to use it. I'm actually really excited for the time when I become affiliated, because I believe that's the time where I start getting custom emotes, and we're gonna have to figure out like what kind of emotes we want to get. So we can have something uniquely for us. I think it's gonna be so cool. Oh, there's loot that I haven't looked at. Oh, is that a necklace? I can't see it on my character because I'm wearing clothes. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. I have not seen that. Okay, we can go home now, though. Wait, let me catch up. So badass. Look at this place. Oh, when the fight is over, I'm gonna have to get to run around this room just to look around because. Alright, sinners. Time to die. He scares the shit out of me. Like, I really don't like him. Okay. Oh, you guys ready? Yes, I'm not, but we gotta do this. Epic music at least. That's what we need for this fight. What is that? Red? Yes, you're red. I am glad you know your colors. I'm proud of you. Mm-hmm. We have devolved to one-word sentences. It's just pure back to kindergarten situation. All right. I'm just gonna follow Abe. Try to do what he does. Oh!
Let this moment last forever.
Back up. Oh! And not run into the red. The red is bad. Epic music! Back to the one words. Oh, I would love to get him and Nero together in a room and tell them a joke. The laughter would be amazing. Sadly, I don't think Nero would live for very long because he would definitely find a way to insult Cenas in the first 15 minutes.
Yes, yes.
Oh.
Just so.
Oh, these are his swords! Okay, we're taking the spell down. Ow, I don't want to be in the red. Which next? Amino Hapakiri? I think this is the sword Yoshio gave him. And then the storm.
Have you the strength?
Right, we deactivated all of them.
The power to transcend.
Ape is dozing off. How can he doze up through this fight? Come on. We almost got him. Please die, please die, please die, please die, please die, please die. Please, please die. No, you have to die. Fuck. He's not dead. Okay, I want to run around this room though. Never in the water. Never allowed in the water. They also don't let me sit on the throne where he just is right now. Ooh. That is a passion choice, yes. Let me, oh yeah, I can't give any of you commendations. Alright. Let's do this. I need you to die.
Yes! Yes! Such ferocity. Such tenacity. I am loath to recall how disappointed I was when first we fought. But finally, after bathing in the blood and offal of your enemies, finally you prove yourself worthy prey for the hunt. It fills you even now, doesn't it? The hunger to bite down on my jugular, to feel the warmth fill your mouth and run over even as you drink deep. Good. This is the beast I have longed to face.
I don't want to eat you. I want to bathe you in acid.
As you sharpened
What's
your
cleaner?
claws, I too sought newfound strength. But this is no place for a final contest. Come! The heavens shall bear witness to our dance.
Oh no. Is that Omega?
Welcome to the Royal Menagerie. The King of Ruin built this place for his foreign queen. He kept it filled with familiar creatures from her homeland. They bored me all. This fine specimen, on the other hand, is simply divine.
Not Omega, because Omega has standards. I'm trying to see what it is, but it's all like bunched up.
This dragon, this embodiment of unbridled despair, born of a desperate man's burning hatred for the Empire. How raw the raging tempest that churns within its breast. No myth made manifest this, but a being of pure violence. Mayhap you are the true architect of our design. You who fought the very soul of vengeance to the edge and watched him fall. You who let slip the Allegan hound to drive this icon into my arms. Oh my, have I said too much? Forgive me, this sensation is wholly unfamiliar to me. A question, then, and I should like very much for you to speak from the heart. If I were to stand aside, what would you do to this icon?
Kill it. That's what I do. We can't have it.
Ah, as simple as that. But of course, you are the icon's slayer. Such certainty is to be expected. A pity. There is another alternative. Or there would be. Had you only mastered your abilities.
I have no interest in taking them as slaves.
I speak of the Echo, of course. Does it merely render you immune to iconic influence, or is it rather that your influence is far greater than theirs? Granted, these implications are of no moment to a savage who thinks only of killing the beast before him. But when I read Van Belsar's reports, I immediately saw the boundless potential of the Echo. I saw how it could be instrumental in binding an icon to one's will. Hence my research and the Resonant, and oh so much more. All icons must be exterminated, without exception. Such was the imperial mandate issued by my great-grandfather, after he saw firsthand the destruction wrought by one such being. They are a blight upon this star, he felt. And so he began his great and just crusade. Ha! 'Twas not justice which spurred his campaign, but fear! Fear of the icons! Fear of their power! Cowardice made them march forth to battle. Pathetic. Man should fight for the joy of it. To live, to eat, to breed. Lesser beasts snap and howl at one another for this. Only man has the wisdom and the clarity to embrace violence for its own sake. For we who are born into this merciless, meaningless world have but one candle of life to burn.
Okay, he's just batshit insane.
I know you understand this. You and I are one and the same. Together, we could while away the quiet hours as friend and confidant. If you will accept me.
No. Fuck you.
And yet, in doing so, you prove me right. We are warriors. 'Twas plain from the first how this would end. You live for these moments, when all hangs in the balance, when the difference between life and death is but a single stroke. I live for them too! This is who we are, my friend!
He went from
This
scary
is
to
all
stupid
we
and is
are.
terrible.
Alamigo and Doma and Garlemald be damned!
I'm gonna have to kill you because you're bad. Bad for business.
the gods. You by your gift, I by my might.
Oh, so he has the echo too.
And before the resonance, the gods shall be made to kneel. An ending to mark a new beginning.
And then you just leave? Oh, the royal menagerie is now accessible. Yeah, we're probably going to want to do something about that. It's a bird. It's a Magitech armor. No, no, it's flying seagulls. It's bad. That's... Oh, I'm not party leader. Abe, can you queue us up, please? I want to kill the dragon. And he kind of went over there. Does anyone from my FC want to join? Oh, is this like a bigger group? Does anybody want to join? Oh, wow, my green screen is bad right now. That didn't change anything at all. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna... It's not perfect, but it helps. Kinda. There we go. Let me see. I can actually be in the water here. This place is really pretty. You can take some amazing photos up here. We should definitely have an event up here at some point. They're all at the moment playing Fortnite. So it's just gonna be us. But that's all good. But yeah, this place has to be used for something. It's too pretty to not be used for a Jupiter's event. Look at this. Oh, Seeing if maybe Cecilia wants to join. I found the perfect camouflage. Can I see me like at all? This place must have been so pretty when all the animals were here also. Oh. Okay, we can go. I feel like I should be able to walk under here. Everybody trying to get their FC buddies to join. Oh, yeah. Wait. How do I do that again? It was party members, ape, promote. See? I'm learning how to do this. In WoW it's much easier. You just right click the name and it does the thing. Like, it's like we have to go through way too many menus. I'm having a cuddly cat. So is this the final thing of like the main story? Are we getting the what's it called? The credits of this thing? That's something I'm kind of curious about. Like, how far till the credits? Oh, we're gonna get warrior ape. Nice. Yeah, we can probably get some people via Party Finder. I think my glam is good. Oh, actually, good thinking. I can upgrade my stuff and sort the glam. Very good thought. This is the end of 4.0. Oh, exciting. Sadly, that will then also be the end for our stream this week. So we can start next weekend on the post Stormblood content. It is quite exciting. I think it's very unlikely that we're gonna go into the new expansion pack like straight away. Not the new expansion pack, I mean like Endwalker when it comes out, because it comes out on December 7th, and I think it's very unlikely that we're gonna manage to finish everything before that. So we'll probably end up starting Endwalker maybe week or 2 or 3 later. But I think that's gonna be okay, because then... Ooh, wow. Oh, job levels? Yeah. Here you go. I'm guessing you're talking about these jobs rather than the disciples? Thank you. Oh yeah, this is what I do kind of for fun when I'm just playing around. I'm leveling up all the classes for fun. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do plan to do like further job and class level like quest lines, and I also plan to do some of the main story quest lines where we go like deeper into like what happened during this quest line, but also explain it based on the lore. So like, for example, when we go dealing with the Ifrit, I think is the first primal we deal with, and I would kind of explain more about how the primals work and stuff, more than we technically learned in that particular quest line at the time. Just to give like a slightly deeper view. Also, just because I'm waiting, if anybody here is not a follower of mine right now, then I highly recommend giving me a follow here on Twitch, because I'm working up to 50 so I can start getting some emotes. And also check out my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Melicity. You can also find it in About Me here on Twitch, where I post the videos on demand for this. Because Twitch only stores it for 2 weeks. The thing has just a massive tail. Alright. Yeah, you're right, James. Endwalker is gonna be there when I get there, and I do not plan to rush. You only get to experience the story for the first time once, and I do not rush, and I avoid spoilers as much as I can. I love Abe looking super snazzy in the leather jacket and jeans. Oh, I should maybe pick a dance partner. Let's take... I cannot do that right now because I messed up. Let's do that like so. Do I wanna be near that thing? Oh! Oh, I see. Oh, you're an asshole. That's good to know. Stacky stack stack. Okay, there's about like 95% chance I'm gonna be thrown off this platform at some point. I'm just gonna try to stick with the group in hoping that they know where to stand. Gosh. So big. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Oh! Oh, baby dragons! Hello. I'm sorry to say, we're still gonna have to kill you though. Even if you are baby dragons. Oh, there is just... There are just no good places to stand. Oh, I can see how this fight was a nightmare for a lot of people, yeah. But that kind of fights actually do tend to be kind of fun. Like, it's not handy on stream when I'm just trying to focus on the story, but when I'm playing on my own, if I want a challenge, I think it's really fun to go into something that is... This means we're gonna wipe a bit. Activate time maneuver. Oh! I see. Fuck. I wasn't ready for that. Oh. Are my friends here anywhere? Oh, hello, dragon. Thank you, Abe. Oh, that's his. Oh, that's his tail. It's in moments like this where having Moonbreeder's thing would actually be really handy. Well, maybe not. It might maybe not do anything on him though. Though it did work on the other one, so... Maybe? But his power seems to be differently done. Yeah, I'm concerned that these are cracking. It makes me feel like that the part of the ground is gonna go away. Please, good music. I know I say it every time I hear the song, but it's just so nice. Ah. Yeah, okay. Claude is gone there. So I'm guessing eventually this is the only thing we're gonna have left, and then he's gonna just smash it, so... That is probably the sort of hard end rage. Took him down, so that's okay. So... Oh, she's just pissed off. There's like no celebration, nothing, she's just glaring. Oh, that's amazing. All right. Let's see it. My hands are so cold right now. Like every cutscene, I'm... Oh. There comes Zenos. He's still alive. Oh, I missed arena background. Sorry.
Are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. He's the one who's like on the ground.
Xenos.
Yes. Did you bring the acid I requested? Ooh.
The hunter has indeed become the hunted. And yet, there is only joy. Transcendent joy that I have never known. How invigorating, how pure this feeling.
Is that what this was all about? All the meaningless death and destruction, so you could feel something?
Meaningless. Men die that others may live. Those who survive are stronger for it. Not that you could ever understand. To have stood upon this great stage of fools. To have played my part to perfection. Oh, this moment, let it be enshrined in eternity. My heart beating out of time, so clear, so vivid, so real, so real.
Coward!
Stop!
No! No, don't go! We want him to die!
Farewell, my first friend. My enemy.
We won't need the acid. That's good. I mean, this is good. We wanted him to die. No prisoners.
Where is he?
He's dead. Offed himself.
He's dead. By his own hand.
Then justice has been done.
No. There's no justice in that rabid animal's end.
Liberty or death. That so many should be forced to take up this creed to defeat such madness.
We won. Forget him. The living have need of us now.
Stand tall, Lys. Now is the time to raise a cheer for all who fought for freedom. A cheer loud enough to carry to the highest heavens.
Exactly. We have no reason to mourn the idiot. He's dead. That's what we wanted.
You're right. Thank you. Without you, Well, you know.
I know. You'll be dead.
So let's do it together. For Alamigo!
Oh, I'm so glad to see Rauban there. Ooh, I got goosebumps. I feel Lalafels are the only ones who walk at like normal speed. Everyone else is doing this kind of a slow, fancy work. Hey. Hi. Oh. Fun. You could have said something to them.
In Crimson it began, and in Crimson it ended. And then we were free.
Does this means he will stay in Alamigo? We can all hope. Oh, at least we get pretty flags now. Oh, hey, she's still alive.
But what is freedom, really?
There's somebody, like, on the horn outside. And I'm thinking about going out there and, like, poking his tires. So he's not gonna go, like, lead Alamigo, is
We
he?
may be free to live, to love, to grow old, to have dreams and desires, and to strive for them. But in the end, we're defined by the legacy our forefathers bequeathed to us. Even Xenos was once a baby in the cradle, innocent and pure. He was made into a creature that lived only for death, not born one. "20 years of Imperial rule have left Alamigo torn and bleeding.
Okay, really, she is not the new leader of Alamigo,
It won't
right?
be easy to heal a generation's worth of wounds, to bridge the gap. But I won't give up, Papalimo. I won't.
God, we're so fucked.
Because I remember the price of freedom. I remember the smoke, and the ashes, and the blood. I remember the screams, and the silence. And I'll do whatever it takes to honor their sacrifice, to build a home for us all. I promise you.
Yeah, her being the leader because of who that was.
This is the end.
It could not be positive that if she remains in Alamigo, we don't have to deal with her for a while.
The end of the imperial province of Alamigo, and the rebirth of Alamigo, the free nation. Long may she endure.
Yeah, that was interesting. I was mostly joking about her like staying as a leader. I don't actually want her to be there as a leader, but I guess that is how it is now. Oh, post-credit scene. Estinian!
Well, well, well. What a fine mess we've made.
Well, look at that.
All but spent feeding that primal, eh? Well, you won't be making any mischief with that amount of ether.
Okay, that's good. They can't take over him right now.
Still, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, poke the eye. This is so like, thank God Estinian is there, because otherwise we would be really fucked.
There ends your hateful legacy.
Because somebody could have just walked up there and taken the eyes, going like, oh yeah. Immediately possessed by Nithog. Hey, it's the winner of the ugliest hat contest. It's over. You don't voice act this thing? Okay. My condolence for your loss. A father should not outlive his son. What nonsense. You do not mourn his loss? You surprised me, your radiance. He was your son, an heir, and an irreplaceable test subject. I know what he was. Monsters are not made for thrones. Nor are stars made to sustain false gods who sup on their very essence. I can summon by desperate savages who hearken to the whispers of shadowless charlatans. Should you raise a hand against my black-robed brethren, I will not stop you. Our desire are one and the same. Preservation, restoration. Compression, resurrection, all is in service to your one true God. And when the thunderous shards are made whole, will there be a place for us, mere mortals? I'm sorry, he was in the chat being hilarious. He's saying, neither are idiots made for the throne, yet here we are, Reese. Doubt my claims and question my motives, if you will, your radiance. You will come to trust me in time. Until then, mayhap you will find this reassuring. How dare you? What, has he taken, like, the face of his son or something? Alright. Spoiler, Elizabeth says Ian's face. Oh no. I don't need Ian in my game. We did it! We liberated Alamigo! I don't know what to say. I don't even know how to feel about it all. Relief, I suppose. Pride and hope too. We did it. Father, Ida, Papalimo, Conrad, Mefrid, Minfilia. We really did it. Hey, don't feel like you have to stand there listening to me mumble. Everyone else will want to talk to you. You beat him after all. You're the real hero of the story. So run along and take your plaudits. Yes. We're gonna finish this quest before we take our break. For you to best Senus, even after he had harnessed the power of a primal, is a testament to your ever-growing strength. Not bitter to have had your vengeance stolen from you by another. There is some small regret, perhaps, but that is outweighed by the satisfaction I find in his death. I commend you, Majesty. As should we all. Senus was a monster and a tyrant, the man who killed my father and countless other of my countrymen. The world is a better place without him. I should also praise Master Alphino for his foresight and restraint. Had he not intervened, I might never have had the pleasure of being reunited with Hakuru and his Lupin brothers. It was a timely intervention, aye. Full glad am I not to have been burdened with the guilt of killing my lord's he and most trusted allies. Indeed, my friend, indeed. Yeah, that would have been awkward. It would have been one hell of a discussion to have. I think I'm attuned to this, right? Yes. After all we've been through, I really should know better than to worry, but as ever, the relief I feel upon finding you hale and whole in the royal monastery while night reduced me to tears. The warrior of light, victorious again. I should be surprised if some small part of you had not come to resent the title and the responsibilities which accompany it. You must forgive us if we call you hero when you accomplish heroic feat. But as the warrior of light goes, so goes the world. You should take pride in the goods you have done and in the good you have inspired others to do. You're a natural-born leader of men, Majesty. All these people weren't just following their comrades, they were following you. Oh, epic. I'll go with you to see whatever you have to show me, Ape. And you led them to victory, to freedom. Alas, not everyone could see the journey through to his end, but history shall remember them and the glorious future they made possible. Can you believe it? We won! We beat the bastard! Alamigo! Sorry, you got a bit carried away there, didn't I? It's hard not to, you know. We owe it to my friends, to the friends we buried, to shout and scream and cheer with all of our hearts. I want them to know it wasn't for nothing, that it's finally over and they can rest in peace. You hear that, lads? We'll be alright. We'll be, bugger not again. I'm so bleeding happy, I could cry. Oh. Rabon. that one is having a fit. The hero of the hour. I suppose we'll have to add Liberator to your titles. Please don't. With their commander fallen, the remainder of the 12th chose to surrender to our forces. After 20 long years is official. The occupation is ended. But now the hard work starts. Though the people have had their fill of kings, there is no clear consensus on what sort of government they would prefer instead. Indeed, Father. Momentous as this achievement may be, the road which lies before us is no less uncertain than the one we have walked. Aye, yet if we can overcome 2 decades of oppression, I've no doubt we can find a way forward. Thank you, Majesty, for helping to make this dream a reality. I would actually recommend they talk to Sir Aymeric. He's been in this exact situation not too long ago. He might have some handy insight, just saying. And where's the now? Back to Lise. I don't get to talk to Merlin? Well, I'm going to talk to her anyway. Incarnacina, hi. Praise be the 12 for your victory. Though many brave souls gave their lives this day, we took comfort in knowledge it was not in the vain. I thought a green cloud just flew by. Well done, Majesty. I'll spare you more flowery words, doubtless you have had your fill of them. Yes, very much so. Please. Finished your rounds? Great. In that case, I'd like you to come with me. Back to Ralk's Reach. Not for a rematch or anything, sadly. I want to call the Scions together. I'll explain later. Alright. I just want to finish this questline. So I can finish the stream, so I can have dinner. Oh, thank you for actually teleporting me. That's very nice. I don't even know where to begin.
We've been through a lot together, haven't we? I can't thank you enough. There's something I need to say to you all. That is, if you have a moment.
Yeah, maybe we should have, like, Lisa's handy eat right.
Good. You're all here. Good. Good. Thank you doesn't really suffice, does it? I'm grateful. Truly grateful from the bottom of my heart.
Okay.
But I know you didn't fight so hard just to hear me or anyone else say that. You fought because you wanted to help, because you believed it was right. Because you're Scions. Now, I'm obviously a Scion, but as Conrad left me in charge of things here, I also have responsibilities to Alamigo. When I put it like that, though, I realized I couldn't even pretend to be impartial anymore. So it seemed best to make it official. As long as I serve Alamigo, I can't be a Scion. It might be selfish and short-sighted, but that's my decision.
Goodbye, me.
Am I to understand that you summoned us all, some of us still nursing wounds, to hear this?
Oh, I didn't,
Forgive me, Lise. 'Twas but a jest. But this I say with the utmost sincerity. Scion or no, we are comrades, now and ever after. Is that not so? There you have it. Come what may, you may count on us in your hour of need.
We shall never refuse you.
Like, it's not silly of her to leave the science. She can't be impartial right now.
I swore I wouldn't cry.
And this is where her loyalties lie at the moment. So it's good that she at least goes through that.
Come back here, you slippery little devil.
He knew it!
To think fishing could be so difficult.
He knew it! We didn't find the body, therefore he's not dead! Oh, I'm so happy!
What greater proof of a man's lingering mortality than an empty belly? A fate worse than death. Fie on it. To have arrived at the appointed place and time only to survive by mere force of habit. Truly, the Kami are not finished with us yet. Oh, capricious fortune. How you test me with this wretched soul.
Oh. Sea is there too. Where the hell are they though? Well, that's interesting. That doesn't sound good. This is indeed the work of either Shinroi or Omega. And since there is undeniably something down there radiating a massive amount of energy, which can very well be the late Viceroy's lap dragon, yes, I think we have our suspect. Well, this is a mess of our own making, so it falls to us to clean it up. It won't be easy, but is it ever? And now comes the part where you say you've got no choice but to diverse company resources and employees to this pet project of yours. Financial consideration notwithstanding, you have to admit there is an unquantifiable benefit in giving our people the opportunity to study such advanced technology. Oh, is that before or after? Ooh. You blow it up or seal it away. Fine, fine. But the moment that just this little venture an unsustainable risk to the ironworks, I'm ending it, savvy? Isn't he the boss of the ironworks? And to keep you honest, using my authority as a deputy president, I've gone ahead and brought in a consultant, a master engineer, a mechanical genius. You didn't. Oh my god, she brought in Nero. My life is complete. This is perfect. Come now, you mustn't build their expectation too high. It will be less dramatic when I surpass them. Oh no, absolutely not. This is not happening. Yes, sunglasses. Nero Tolskevia, eager to begin his first day as a loyal member of the Ironworks team. Looking forward to working with you, Garland. Oh no. This is perfect. It's so ominous with the lightning and everything. Oh, I love Nero. So fell the hunter, but what of the hound? Oh, that was so fast. The measure of his reach. Alright, Ape, you wanted to show me something because I'm not gonna start the next quest till like next week. Okay, it will only take 1 minute. Perfect, because I'm getting kind of hungry. I've had some skyr for like lunch, but we're going back to Alamigo. Explorer mode. From now on, all dungeons can be revisited with ads or bosses for picks and fun purpose. Oh, that's awesome! Oh, and you can actually like mount up. Oh, this is awesome! This is so perfect for like any depots, events and fun, stuff like that. Oh god. Okay, now on. Alamigo and all afterwards. Nice! Thank you for showing me this. This is epic. I can't see shit. Oh, wait. Wait. Haha. So nice. So we can cruise around the city. Oh, so like we have all the ads also gone. And all the fighters. So it's just empty, but then you just have the sets for walking around. It is so nice. Oh, this is lets you like try out the limit breaks. Nice. Okay, this is really cool. Is there anywhere else you want to take me? Otherwise, I would like to like think on ending the stream. Because I need to grab some dinner. Hubby is just being all kinds of silly in the chat right now. Älskar dig.
Älskar dig.
Oh, I can summon striking dummy. Hey. Okay, my level 3 limit breaker is actually really pretty. My level 1 is kind of meh. My level 2 is meh. The level 3 one with the flowers. Oh, I love that. Oh, what's it look if I'm a white mage? Oh, because I'm still technically in combat. Hello, dear target dummy. We aren't fighting anymore. Oh, can't change the jobs. Oh, now I can. Oh. That's cute. I think like the other healing ones are just kind of... Yeah, that's this bonus healing. You don't ever want to use it, really. So this one is definitely coolest. So cute. Anyway. I'm gonna be off now because I need to figure out dinner because I'm starving. So I'm gonna get to jump out of the group and I'm gonna say like thank you so much for joining me for the stream. This was amazing. Next Sunday we're gonna start the post Stormblood story. Check out like that whole business with what Nero and Garland is up to. So I will hear you all later. Thank you so much for watching and have a lovely day.